The city was pitch black, but inside one lit-up house, the room was a total disaster. Right in the middle of it all, this guy stares at his wallet and realizes he finally saved up enough cash. Akina Shoji finally ditched his boring office job to start his own business, and he was just hyped that he didn't make his boss mad after grinding all that overtime. He saved up months of pay to open a shop he saw in a magazine, and right then, his new life of total freedom finally kicked off. Suddenly, his head starts spinning, and he realizes he's pulled another all-nighter. He's actually used to feeling like this. It's that dizzy feeling right before he faints, and he passed out with a huge smile, already hyped to get back to work the second he woke up. A scream from the crowned person jolts Aquina awake, and she finds herself lying inside a magic circle in some mysterious palace. He woke up to 4 armored guards and mages staring him down, and even though he thought it was just a dream, King Rui told him from the throne that he wasn't the one who. Shoji realized his dream was actually about being summoned to another world, where the hero meets a king who explains that demons are totally wrecking the country and things are getting way worse. They actually summoned a hero and begged for his help, but the guy thought their dream was super lame and told them he had 0 power. Please provide the text you would like me to rewrite. Akina was shaking as he finally said the words, and suddenly a stat window popped up right in his face. He was totally shocked when a floating screen popped up showing his name, age, and even his secret power. It was a cultivation skill, and the hero realized he could grow anything in the dirt at lightning speed, making the king totally obsessed with this god-tier power. As soon as the kid explained his power, the king and his squad were super disappointed, wanting to either get rid of him or use him as bait while they summoned a real hero. The king shut everyone up and reminded them that the guy was meant to be their food, but only the hero actually stepped up. Rui ordered everyone to use their skills to feed the whole country and gave Shoji a field right outside the capital, but Shoji was only focused on starting his own massive business. A while later, our hero is just standing in the field, bored out of his mind, since the king let him stay there for a week while he was stuck in a deep sleep. He couldn't. He tried growing some veggies with his power, still holding out hope that his skill wasn't a total waste. He could grow plants in just a few days, but since that was his only trick, he got bored of it super fast. By the 8th day, he started questioning if any of this was even real, so he went straight to the king and told him exactly what was going down. He thanked Rui and then showed off the veggies he grew with his special skill, leaving the king and his whole squad completely shocked. The king wanted to end the famine for good, so he offered to buy up every single bit of the harvest. Since the king was feeling generous, Akina took the chance to ask how. Before the king could even wrap his head around it, the kid explained he was just waiting for a new ruler to take over so he could finally go home. But then he got hit with the brutal truth. There was no turning back now. A bit later, the hero gets totally wasted and starts losing it, screaming at the king for dragging him into this world without asking first. After all that grinding and saving every penny, he didn't even get his family's house and ended up as just a regular farmer. Once he finally chilled out, he knew he couldn't mess up like they did back then. His parents were busy farmers who spent all day in the fields, so they basically had 0 time for him. He found ways to keep himself busy, but his chill life was about to come to. His parents were grinding 24/7 to pay off their massive debt, and it wasn't long before his dad worked himself to death. His dad's insurance money cleared the debt, but right when Shoji grew up, his mum died too, so he ditched the farm to find a normal job and start his own life. After years of grinding at a boring office job, he worked his tail off to build a massive company and finally live the dream. But just as he finished saving up, it was game over. Akina realized he couldn't exactly open a bank account in another world, so he chugged the last bottle and suddenly got the idea to start making his own drinks. He thought this was a genius move, so he rushed to the field and buried the bottle, hoping his beer tree would sprout up super fast. He blacked out right there in the field, and when the sun finally came up, Shoji woke up with a massive hangover. He realized he was totally broke, but then he looked up and spotted a tree with bottles hanging all over its branches. He was totally shocked to see so many bottles when he only planted one. But then he remembered he'd used his cultivation skill. He couldn't believe his eyes, so he decided to just go for it and taste the liquor growing right off the tree. He pops the bottle open, pours a glass, and realizes after one taste that this drink is actually the real deal. With his homemade booze finally ready, Akina headed straight for a bar in the kingdom's busy shopping district. He offered to buy every single bottle, but the merchant saw the massive stash and immediately figured they were stolen. The kid promised it was a gift, so the seller tried a bottle, ready to buy the rest if it was actually legit. Once he tasted the drink, he offered 8 silver coins for the whole batch, which was a massive win because the quality was actually top tier. Once the deal was finished, the hero asked how to make the item himself, claiming it was actually supposed to be a gift. Once the seller mentioned learning the recipe at the brewery, he realized that normal brewing was actually a thing in this world. Akina asked about the skills and found out that other people had them too. He was totally wrong about there being skills for farming, and the merchant told him that the real money only goes to the guys who can fight. He realized everyone thought his farming skills were totally useless, so he decided to use that to his advantage. Our hero heads out of the bar to snag some popular loot, and before he knows it, he's standing right in front of a massive garden filled with all kinds of items. He was growing shields, swords, and even potions right out of the dirt, experimenting with every single thing he could find just to master his crazy new power. He built a fence to stay safe, and Akina was totally stunned by the harvest since his skill is so broken he can grow literally anything. He'd literally bury seedless stuff like a potato, proving he's totally lost it. And since normal fruit grew in just one night, it made everything else feel totally pointless. This dude's secret weapon was a plant with coins hanging off the branches, letting him literally grow his own fake cash. Akina knew the king and his squad would find out about his insane skills any second, so he decided to beef up the fence and find a new boss to back him. Once the ruler realized how broken that skill actually was, he planned to make you his servant and keep all that power for himself so he wouldn't end up like his parents. This guy was stuck between staying low-key or starting his own business so he could finally live his dream life without any worries. With this awesome skill, he realized he could actually make it as a traveling merchant and started using his powers to get everything ready. Akina paid her way into the merchant guild, snagged a brand new cart, and flipped her harvest for some serious starting cash. A bit later, everything was finally ready, and he started thinking about how he used to work way too hard just to save some cash, only to end up totally stuck in this new world. Right as he headed out on his journey, he was 100% sure he was going to start his own business. Nobody could boss him around anymore, so he was going to give it everything he had and finally live life on his own terms. A little while later, he's ready to hit the road, but he hires a bodyguard just in case some bandits try to jump him. He also wanted to hire a stunning girl to crush the enemy with total style using a super flashy weapon. He really hoped things would go smooth, but instead, he finds a girl crying on the ground because she somehow broke her weapon during a super easy escort mission. Again, he could tell the girl he hired was acting super weird, but he just figured it was all part of the job. Shoji saw a girl on the ground sobbing over her broken weapon, and he started thinking back to the day he first met the weapon killer. He was all geared up and just waiting for his ride to arrive, and the next thing he knew, the adventurers from the guild were standing right there. As Shogi introduced himself, he could tell right away that this group of adventurers actually looked like people he could totally trust. The squad had Kyle the warrior, Kava the archer, and a girl with silky hair who was so pretty our main guy couldn't even look away. But then he noticed that even though she was super pretty, she was actually gripping a massive steel rod. The girl introduces herself and says she smashes enemies with a metal rod, and Akina thinks it's a genius way to fight since you can't judge a book by its cover. Her teammates begged her to stop breaking her gear and dragging them down, which made the hero start to have serious doubts. He was totally shocked that the solid metal pond actually shattered, and he figured she must have trashed her own weapon to pull it off. Not long after meeting up, the squad hit the road with a rickety cart rattling along the path. After a while, our guy got so bored he'd just had to talk to someone. But when he asked the squad how long they'd been together, they totally denied even knowing the gun killer. He saw her get super hyped and wondered where she even got a name like that. But right as the warrior started to tell the story, a massive shout cut them both off. A pack of screaming bandits from the Bloody Idiots gang suddenly surrounded the crew, demanding their cash and the girl, but our heroes didn't flinch and were ready to take them down. The archer took charge, telling Shoji to hide in the cart while he barked orders at the rest of the warriors. The guy locked himself inside the carriage and watched the whole thing go down through a tiny window. This wagon was basically a safe zone where he could stress about the fight while still watching his friends show off their true power. The archer starts sniping enemies on Mars, calling them his prize for the quest, and even a total newbie like Shoji can tell this guy is a beast. Just a little further away, the team's spearman was absolutely shredding through enemies to show his boss exactly what he's capable of. Shoji saw only 2 people were actually throwing down, so he turned his focus to the girl who was ordered to jump into the fight. Mine charged straight at the enemy with her staff, while the guy just stood there wondering how she was actually gonna fight. He didn't think she was a real adventurer at all, but then the girl shut her eyes in fear and slammed her fist right into the robber's stomach. Right as he's making fun of her, a crazy force from the staff blasts him straight into the sky, leaving the attackers and the guy in the cart totally speechless. As soon as their buddy slammed into the dirt after that massive fall, the rest of the bandits freaked out and bolted. Shoji saw how tough she was, but then she suddenly collapsed by the broken iron bar and started crying her eyes out. He was totally blown away by how easily that thick metal rod snapped and couldn't even imagine the kind of insane power needed to pull that off. So this is how the warrior's story finally ends, with a girl so insanely strong that she snaps every weapon she touches, which is exactly how she earned the nickname Weapon Killer. A little later, she's running and humming to herself, holding the shiny new mithril sword she got after totally wrecking those bandits. Her friends begged her to sell the sword before she broke it, since it's worth 200 gold, and the hero realized he could make a fortune if he just grew them himself. She straight up refused to sell her new blade, swearing to everyone that she'd never let it go or let it break. The archer yelled for everyone to pick up the pace and reach the city fast, because even after all that drama, they were finally closing in. A bit later, the merchant crew and their whole squad finally rolled into the city, squeezing through the super narrow streets. The crew finally laid eyes on a massive trade city in this new world, and seeing everyone so busy made them super hyped to start their very first business right there. A bit later, Akina told his mercenaries to get some rest outside the tavern, thinking the city was totally safe for their big trade the next day. The warriors were pretty nervous about the plan, but as soon as he promised to pay them every single cent, he instantly earned their respect. Everyone split up right after that, so Carver chilled at a tavern while Kyle hung out there too, mostly just chasing girls, while the hero tried to get used to how things work in this world. As everyone else headed out, she stayed behind and shyly called out to him with a favor. A bit later, she shows up totally winded while lugging 5 massive boxes around like they weigh absolutely nothing. She helped Shoji lug those heavy boxes around and told him it was honestly no big deal. He hit up the merchant guild to open a shop in the market, and he had to bring Mine along since she wanted to be a saleswoman and use her insane strength to carry heavy stuff for extra cash. A bit later, Akina and Maine were hanging out under the canopy and laying out their loot when Akina suddenly spotted a super beautiful piece of fabric in the pile. He showed Shoji the weird stitching and wondered how it was made, since it was actually a piece of the handkerchief the hero left behind when he first arrived in this world. He handed one to a girl who was grinning from ear to ear as she thanked him, but he knew it was just some random thing he'd bought a while back. He stacked all his items on the counter ready to sell, but he got so hyped that he brought way too much stuff and totally overdid it. The girl was totally blown away by all the insane stuff for sale until the hero realized the crowded market was actually just full of regular everyday people. He stacked the snacks right up front and hid the expensive loot in the back, thinking that if Shuji tried to rob him, he'd just grab the cheap food and miss the good stuff. Once a crowd finally gathered, Aiken and Maine started shouting to everyone passing by that their new traveling shop was officially open. A ton of guys showed up the second mine called for them, and our hero was stoked because more people meant he could finally sell off all his massive loot. Back at the Akina trade market, Shoji hyped everyone up by announcing his new mobile shop where he sells items grown straight from his skills. The buyers were stunned to find food, booze, and even clothes, but our hero felt like there was way too much loot. Everyone was shocked when customers actually paid 2 gold coins for the food, and even our hero was stunned since he was still comparing the price to the cheap veggies back in his old world. The kid totally forgot the kingdom was running out of food and only raised his price by 8 copper coins, which was still a total steal compared to the rest of the market. Next up, everyone was hyped for the dried meat, and it was selling for 30 copper coins. The customers were totally blown away because the meat was even cheaper than in Zappa Store, making it an insane deal. Once they heard those prices, people started grabbing everything by the crate, clearing out the meat and veggies instantly while everyone else scrambled for whatever was left. A bit later, the hero let out a tired sigh, still totally shocked by how fast all the loot sold out. Right then, another huge crowd of mums swarmed in, but Akina had to tell them the food was totally sold out and only the clothes were left. Even though it was used, it was still top tier and cost 3 gold coins, which totally shocked the locals all over again. Back home, a decent outfit only costs 2,000 yen, so he figured 3 gold coins was actually a pretty sweet deal for this place. The girls suddenly bolted and told Choji to give them a second, leaving him standing there totally dazed. But the next thing he knows, they're back and buying up everything with massive bags. Aquina hit the thrift shop once and ended up with a massive stash of gear. But while the food sold out in a flash, she was still stuck with a mountain of leftover clothes. He was selling box after box of clothes to the crowd, but when he turned to grab another one, he realized he was totally sold out. The hero announced he was already sold out, which totally shocked the other merchants, since it was still super early in the morning. He promised to bring more stuff next time, but he was totally blown away by how much this housewife loved a good deal. A bit later, the girl was hyped about Shogi's win, while the warrior was blown away by his trading skills. And since they were almost at the capital, They were just glad no bandits had tried to jump them yet. They realized they weren't at their destination yet, but suddenly, another gangs of bandits jumped out to cause the exact same trouble as the last ones. As the archers and spearmen gear up for battle, Len draws her sword and offers to take them all on alone, just to show them how insane her weapon's power really is. It was obvious she'd totally changed since the last fight, but her friends were still begging her not to wreck her weapon. The bandits jumped them, but the squad pulled it together as Shoji dove into the cart and Mine charged out with a shout, landing a perfect hit on the enemy. Since it's a mithril sword, you already know it can tank at least one massive hit without snapping. She yelled that she wasn't done yet and charged the rest of them, even slicing a solid steel club clean in half. Mine was picking off every single enemy with insane focus, and while Aquina could tell her moves had totally leveled up, there was still one major problem even though she was still in the fight. After just a few hits, the mithril sword totally shattered under the girl's crazy strength, and Mine wouldn't have even noticed if the hero hadn't called it out. After the fight, she was totally wiped out, and just like the warrior said, her luck had officially run dry. The team never expected that mithril sword to actually snap, which just proves that Mine's strength is totally insane. This sword used to belong to a bandit, but now it's basically just a piece of junk. She refused to quit and kept hunting through the loot for mythic weapons, but everyone noticed she was just slicing through every single one she found. With the bandits gone, the guys started mocking the girl until she was completely lost, and Aquina finally understood why the boy looked down on the Mine so much. Back in the royal capital, the hero finally paid the adventurer for the job, and they parted ways on great terms. As our hero cruises down the road, he can't stop thinking about that girl and how she really should have just met him halfway. Mine's power was absolutely insane, and the guy wondered if his cultivation skills could help her keep all that energy under control. He snapped back to reality and realized he had to watch his own back, because the kingdom would either kill him for being useless or turn him into a slave if they ever found out how broken his power really was. Aquina knew he had to bail on the kingdom ASAP, so he did some digging and found out the area near the capital was actually safe enough for everyone to go shopping. With those bandits lurking outside the city, he needed a bodyguard to stay safe, but he knew the warrior and archer he'd met recently were already way too busy with other jobs. Aquina decided that the next time he headed out to trade, he was definitely hitting up the Adventurers Guild. The next day at the guild, the hero looks through the door and sees a wild scene. Mine is actually being threatened to become a servant. The hero walks into the guild and is totally shocked to see Mine getting dragged away because she can't pay the interest on her debts. Sion was seriously ticked off by this mess and demanded to know the price, which was 1 gold coin a month plus 4 silver coins in interest. He could have just paid, but he knew that wouldn't fix the real problem, so he dropped 2 gold coins on a broken mithril sword instead. She actually had enough cash left to buy a brand new weapon, and she was seriously hyped about it. The moneylender grabbed the cash and took off, yelling back that if Maine misses the next payment, he's going to end up as a servant. Shoji asked Mine what went down and suggested they head to the cafeteria across the street to give her the full story. A bit later, we're sitting at a table when she reveals her skill is actually called superhuman. It gave her a massive power boost, but she had zero control and ended up snapping every weapon she touched. They hear the news that her skill is way more epic than that basic cultivation power. Her powers didn't stop the pain, so she was too scared to fight bare-handed, and since cheap gear couldn't kill the big monsters, she started buying expensive weapons on credit. But her debt just kept piling up because she broke every single one. He guessed her nickname was Gun Killer, and she admitted she kept getting kicked out of the army because she always put her partners in serious danger. She was about to be forced into service because she couldn't pay her debt, and the hero thought that was a total nightmare. He was basically just a servant for the company, and his boss had no idea what this guy could actually do. Even with all that insane talent, nobody really got her, and she was stuck, never using her full power. A bit later, Shoji is dragging a heavy sack down the street of crafters toward a shop with a sword sign. But just as he's hoping he's at the right spot, Akin steps inside and catches the eye of the busy blacksmith, who tells his current customer to hang on for a sec. The kid was totally shocked to see a gnome for the first time, telling the blacksmith he'd never seen anyone like him back in his village. He just heard about a land with 0 gnomes for the first time, so he got straight to business and asked his client what they needed. The guy drops a giant bag and dumps a whole pile of mithril swords onto the table, totally blowing the blacksmith's mind. It was the exact same busted sword he bought from the mine, but now his skill was making it grow and multiply like crazy. He asked to get one fixed and use the leftovers for a new weapon, since he couldn't handle the mithril himself and had to call in a pro. He asked if the dwarf could make a sword even better than the original, and the blacksmith agreed right away, but it was going to cost him 20 gold coins. He didn't even care about the price, and just tossed them a whole bag of gold coins up front. Seeing the guy really trusted him, the dwarf introduced himself as Mode and promised he'd do whatever it takes to help out. A little later, the kid was just happy the blacksmith still trusted him after everything he'd done, and he made sure to show some serious respect for the man's craft. This guy figured the world was totally heartless and that people were only good for being their boss's tools. He knew it was going to be a total grind, but he was determined to keep his pride as a merchant alive in this world. 10 days later, he heads back to the guild to meet the guy, and after getting a new mission, the dude tells him they should head over to his office. The place looked just like a regular house, which totally gave Mine the wrong idea, but he calmed her down and asked for an update on that busted weapon. Then he asked her if she'd be down to be his personal bodyguard for good. He was worried about staying safe after starting his new business, so he needed a bodyguard to watch his back 24/7. She was worried he'd just break every weapon he touched, but he told her not to sweat it and pointed at the stash hidden under the canvas. Akina yanks back the cloth to reveal dozens of swords, and the girl is completely blown away by how many there are and how high tier they look. Every single sword was made of pure mithril, and Mine couldn't wrap his head around why such expensive gear was stuffed into these trashy boxes. The guy made her a crazy offer. If she becomes his bodyguard, she can use any of his weapons, even the mithril one, and he'll pay off her entire debt. The girl was totally dazed and realized she was in way over her head, so Shoji laid out some rules for the job. She had to stay glued to his side while he worked, following him no matter how crazy or dangerous things got. Mine was totally stunned by the offer, and when she asked about the pay, he told her she'd make 40 gold coins a month, but he'd be taking her debt right out of her check. She told him she was in the hole for 1,000 gold coins, and with the insane interest, that debt was just piling up. Even with a massive 10 million yen debt hanging over him, the hero says he's going to clear the whole thing with just one more payment. Mine was totally blown away by how rich he was, but Shoji just wanted to know what she thought about the job offer. She still didn't trust him because he let her break weapons, paid her for the work, and was spending way more on her than the debt was even worth. He was totally banking on her insane powers, but he realized she just didn't know how to use them the right way. He grabbed her hands and told her she couldn't let her insane potential go to waste. He promised to give her every weapon he had just to help her train. He even said that one day he'd find her a blade that was literally unbreakable. Even though he looked like a total fraud, the hero let her choose to work for someone who actually saw her worth, which instantly crushed any doubts she was starting to have. He told her she was actually super strong and didn't have to take that nickname anymore, promising that one day they'd just look back and laugh at it all. After seeing Mayan's insane skills, she decided to join him so she could finally stop stressing about her own power. As they made the deal, she promised to stay by his side forever and fight with everything she had to keep him safe. He wiped his tears on the guy's shirt, realizing he'd just scored a beast of a bodyguard who'd never leave him after he paid off his debt and hooked him up with gear. He was 100% sure he'd hooked her up with a killer job and the greatest boss ever. A little while later, the hero officially hires Mine as his personal bodyguard, and the two of them head out to the next city. The road was starting to look super sketchy, but the girl had a ton of weapons on her belt and was totally ready for a fight. She was stoked to have so many weapons, and with a cart full of extra swords, she knew she'd have plenty even if they all started breaking. The supplies were loaded with swords Maud had fixed up, and a bunch of other items grown using the hero's power. Mine waved her sword and dared the enemies to bring it on, shouting that she was ready for them any time. Bandits were probably crawling all over the road, but Akina just wanted to get through without seeing a single soul. Suddenly, massive monsters burst out of the forest and shook the whole ground, making the couple shake with pure terror just by looking at them. Our hero finally sees real monsters for the first time and realizes this whole other world is crawling with them. The girl explained that these forest bears almost never leave the woods, but they're actually super aggressive monsters that just won't back down. They were straight up hunting people, and Akina realized that getting away from them was going to be a total nightmare. Mine told him to chill because as long as she had her weapon, she'd blast them all away, and he was totally counting on her insane power. She dives right off the cart and starts wrecking the nearest enemies. Just look at these guys. Shoji was waiting to see how much Mine had improved, and she suddenly charged the bear at full speed, dodging its claws to get right behind it. The guy peeks out the carriage window and sees the girl is moving way smoother and looks totally confident now. She blurs past and slices the bear's leg clean off, making the hero realize that a normal fighter would have barely left a scratch. This tiny girl with insane strength and superhuman skills just charged straight into a whole crowd of enemies. She sliced one bear clean in half and then lunged at the rest, taking them all down. One girl's mithril sword snapped, but she didn't even flinch and instantly pulled a backup right off her belt. Mine smashed another monster, but then she realized a whole pack of even angrier beasts were staring her down and drooling everywhere. She didn't hesitate for a second, leaping into the air and taking out every monster with one smooth, effortless strike. Shoji could tell that this girl was basically a whole new person now. Before, she was so scared of snapping her weapon that she couldn't go all out, and it totally messed with. But the hero's skills were so insane that Mine didn't even have to stress about losing her weapon. She went totally all out with a massive grin on her face, showing absolutely zero fear. The monster screams as he lands his hits, and even though you'd normally need a massive cannon to stop them, he's wrecking these bears with nothing but a sword. Suddenly, it finally clicked why the king and his crew were so desperate for a hero who actually knew how to fight. Mine was a total beast on the battlefield, but this kingdom just didn't have what it took to use her insane strength to the fullest. She finished the fight feeling hyped because she finally got to go wild without worrying about her gear breaking. It was literally her dream come true. Once the fight wrapped up, Mine and Shoji cheered as the girl swore to protect the hero, and Akino was just hyped to see her so happy as her sponsor, making it a perfect ending for. A month after Mine joined the crew, the two of them stood right outside the loan shark's office, ready to settle her debt once and for all. Akina and Main headed down a Capital back alley toward the Golded Loan Shark office, the exact place where she was in serious debt. But right before stepping inside, she got a bad feeling because she was still on the hook for a massive 1,000 gold coins. He totally got why she was interested, since 10 million yen is a massive fortune, but he promised to pay it all off and set her free. She was getting some major bad vibes, but the hero told her to stop looking so down and suggested they head inside. Mine promised she'd literally die to keep Shuji safe, so he took a deep breath and pushed open the office doors, only to find a whole group of guys staring right at him. Akina knew right away these guys were debt collectors, and they immediately started acting like total jerks to show her who was boss. Our hero realized he'd totally forgotten how nasty people can be when he saw some loan sharks blowing smoke in a girl's face and mocking her for her debt. She felt totally powerless because of the money she owed them, but Shoji stepped in fast to let her know he had her back. The hero looked the moneylenders in the eye and announced he was paying off Mine's entire debt, leaving everyone in the room absolutely stunned. They figured she'd hooked up with some rich noble, and paying off her debt was just a way to piss off the boss. Akina had no clue why the boss was still raging after she paid him back, but then a guy stepped out from the back room, complaining about all the noise. This guy was the big boss of the loan sharks, dripping in gold and rocking some seriously expensive furs. When the boss spotted the girl, he started making fun of my boss because he thought she finally agreed to be his servant, and he even promised he'd be a good guy and treat her. He was just about to grab the girl when the hero suddenly snatched his hand for a handshake, leaving the loan shark boss looking totally confused. Akina knew he'd pull a move like that, so she hid her fear and played the nice guy, hoping Mine would step in to protect her. He introduces himself as her boss and says he wants to pay off her debt since she's always working by his side. Gold reminded him that even if the boss was a nice guy, Mine's debt was a massive 1,000 gold coins, which was way more than even a rich noble could ever pay back. But the other debt collectors stepped up and told them the guys were actually planning to pay back every single cent. Golded looked totally lost while pouring his drink, but when he saw Shogi was actually serious, he went dead silent to wrap his head around it. Then he tells me Mine has a secret skill, but if he thinks he can actually use it, he's totally out of luck. He said her skill makes her so overpowered she just breaks her weapons and calls them trash, then asked if he was still down to pay off her debt. Shiji told Maya he already knew about all her struggles and promised he was going to pay off every single cent she owed. As soon as those words were out, the moneylenders glared them down, and the hero instantly felt a massive wave of bloodlust. These guys finally showed their true colors the second our hero promised to pay back the debt. Akina couldn't figure out why Golded was so stressed about the cash, especially since he knew from the start he'd never get paid back. He remembered how worried the boss was about her skills and gasped as he realized they were trying to keep her all to themselves. He'd been planning this the whole time: trap the girl with debt, steal her powers, and use a super strong servant to help him pull off crimes. Akina saw this coming from a mile away, and he wasn't about to let these creeps take his favorite worker. Then the gold count suddenly jumped to 15,000 coins, leaving the hero totally stunned, since they had literally just settled on a different price. The big boss claimed his team totally messed up the interest math, and the shady loan sharks actually backed him up. She was totally fuming about her debt getting way too high, but Gold just told her it was all because of the interest piling up. The manager made them crunch the numbers themselves, acting super confident, like he'd already won. He set this trap because he knew that in this world, only rich people and merchant students actually know how to read or do math. Main had no clue how much he actually owed, and the company used that to totally play him. The boss just sat there with a smug grin, But Akina totally saw this coming and slammed 1,500 gold coins right onto the table. While the moneylenders just stood there with their jaws dropped, our hero told them there were exactly 1,500 gold coins on the table and dared them to count it all up. The rest of the group was totally losing it because this guy actually predicted the whole thing. On top of everything, he got a ton of cash ready to pay, even if it meant going another 500 coins into debt. After they finally crunched the numbers, Shoji paid up and demanded a contract to make the whole deal official. They rushed the contract over, and after Gold signed his name, all the kid had to do was sign it himself. Once he finished everything he needed to, the deal was finally sealed and his debt was totally cleared. The hero and the girl rushed to get out of there, but he caught the manager flashing a totally fake smile as they left. After a quiet second, the girl was totally blown away and thanked Choji for real, but Akina told her they were just getting started. As night hit the city, the hero and the girl were just grabbing dinner at his house, right before the massive war with the Golden Company was about to go down for real. A little later, some shady figures started closing in on the hero's spot, and Shoji and I had our dinner cut short when a screen popped up to show people were arriving. Akina and her partner were totally ready for the robbers, and right on cue, they heard a massive scream from two guys who fell straight into their hidden wolf pit. Right then, it was finally time to strike back, so she grabbed two flaming logs from the fireplace and headed outside while Shoji told her to be careful. She walked out of the house totally chill right as one of the thugs spotted her, and he had no clue what Maine was about to pull. She immediately chucked the flaming stick at the closest enemy with all her strength and landed a perfect, direct hit. Mine's skills are so insane that even a basic torch becomes a deadly weapon in her hands. One bandit yelled at the crew to chill out because they just had to find Shogi to win the whole thing. Kina handed the girl a fresh pile of torches, and they instantly went flying right at the enemies. The guy with the eye patch yells at his crew to dodge, warning them not to sleep on that torch because this fighter actually has some serious skills. As more enemies closed in, she chucked burning torches right at their feet. The bandits were busy roasting the guy's bad aim, but the girl finally lit up the area to show exactly where the enemy was hiding. He shoved the container into my hands, and I immediately bolted straight for the enemies. She let out a wild yell and dumped the basket's contents, giving the bandits zero time to even think. They were still totally clueless after the hit, but the hero and his buddy were ready for round two, while Aquino brought out another basin. The attackers tried to dodge and run for it, but it didn't even matter because the blast scattered and hit every single one of them. The attackers realized they were totally exposed and started scrambling everywhere to find a place to hide. The hero's house was fenced in by a hedge wall, and the enemies chopped down the thick trees from their own wall to turn them into torches. They tossed flaming bars to light up the whole area, showing everyone there was absolutely nowhere left to hide. The hero hands mine a basket of finishing moves, but it's actually just a bunch of small stones a relative gathered from the field, thinking she could do some real damage with them. He calls his weapon a basket shotgun, and after it slams into their leader, the rest of the gang is left totally clueless. Right before they could make a run for it, Shoji cut them off and told them to give up now or he'd take them out. The bandits realized they were in deep trouble and immediately surrendered, begging for their lives because no amount of cash was worth dying for. He told Mine to tie up the guys who surrendered while she hyped up Shoji's big brain moves, but he knew that just trying to win with numbers would have been a total waste of time. A little while later, the guy and his partner rolled up right to the loan shark's office. The guys were half asleep after waiting for news all night, and they were totally blown away when they saw Shoji was actually still alive. Aquina had no clue what the moneylenders were talking about, so he demanded to call Golded for a super important chat. The staff told them to hang tight while they went to grab the boss, so the guy and the girl just sat there and waited. A bit later, Goldig stepped out and asked what they were even doing there. Shoji told him bandits raided his house yesterday, and before the chief could even say a word, he jumped straight to the most important part. He says these bandits burst into his house and told him straight up that Goldat himself sent them to take him out. He just ignored the bait and said he wasn't involved, but the guy wouldn't let up, claiming the attackers were being held as slaves for their crimes. Aquina sarcastically says he's glad Golded isn't involved, but then he calls him out for trying to turn Mine into his servant. The moneylender finally lost his cool and kicked everyone out, telling them he just wanted to get some sleep. Aquina just figured he was working late and told him that pulling all-nighters was totally wrecking his health. Knowing the military police were about to show up, he told Maine they should skip sleep and just get out of there. She walked out in total silence, but later she was fuming because she didn't get why they had to mess with those moneylenders. While Mine was still low-key terrified, the hero calmed her down, explaining he did it on purpose just to make the robbers hold back. The girl was terrified they'd get jumped again, but this was exactly what Aquina wanted, and he promised they'd be way more prepared for the next fight once things finally cooled off. Shoji knew the company was obsessed with their image, so he pushed their buttons to make them attack way sooner than they wanted. They just had to give her a friendly welcome, and she was totally stunned by how relaxed he was acting in a spot like this. Back on Earth at his office job, he was always stuck dealing with shady people who acted just like greedy loan sharks. Late that night, the robbers sneak up to the house, totally clueless that our hero and his friend are watching their every move. Then the attackers dropped upon the ground and used magic to make it start smoking like crazy. The whole house was completely swallowed up by this super weird and deadly purple smoke. The hero spotted the smoke, but Mine told him it was actually being steered by magic. After Shoji figured out how the magic worked, he realized it was just like his old world, and everything was going exactly how he expected. Seeing that toxic smoke, the guy told everyone to chug a potion that blocks poison, sleep, and paralysis. Shoji decided to switch things up, buying a bunch of potions and using his cultivation skill to make his money grow like crazy. He just grabbed a full set of potions from the royal shop and realized he could make some serious bank by flipping them. Right as the robbers started smashing the fence to build their camp, the hero decided he was going to make them fix every single thing they broke. The bandits crept into the house, but the place was totally empty. As they pushed deeper into the shadows, two of them just vanished. They couldn't see a single thing lurking in the dark. The entire house was basically one giant trap, and Mine was honestly shocked that someone actually fell for such a basic trick. Aquina explains that since the attackers are hiding in total darkness, they have no idea there's actually a massive hole waiting for them inside the house. Plus, that hole was super deep because Mine used her insane superhuman strength to do all the heavy digging. One of the goons had no clue what went down inside, so he shouted for his boss, realizing their whole plan was totally busted. Gold showed up and ordered them to blast the house with light, and one of the magicians immediately fired a glowing orb right inside. They finally saw the house was just a giant empty hole, and now that the guy was totally exposed, round 2 of the fight was officially on. The robbers spotted the trap, but once they realized the house was totally empty, they started hunting all over the place. Since she was basically unkillable, the hero went totally wild on the front lines with those mines while you just hung back in safety. Suddenly, he spots a few hooded figures hiding in the mob of attackers, but he has no clue who they are. She charged right into the fight, and when the enemy squad finally spotted her, They were totally stunned to see her lugging around a bunch of massive logs. Main let out a wild scream and hurled those logs right into the crowd, catching them totally off guard as she leveled the house and wrecked every single enemy. This was all part of Shoji's plan, since that old house was a total dump and could easily be rebuilt anyway. The hero uses his cultivation skill to spawn a bunch of logs and turns them into torches. She grabbed a couple of logs and charged straight at the rest of the guys right after her first strike. She dives right into the running bandits and spins like a top, smashing into everyone and sending them flying into the sky. The hero was totally stunned by Mind's power when she blasted an enemy mage away and left the air glowing with light magic. The robbers couldn't just kill her or use weapons, so they surrounded her and used heavy logs to box her in. As they all piled on, they saw the log in Mind's hands was about to snap, and a second later it totally shattered. The bandits thought this was their big break and charged in, but they totally forgot Shoji had already hooked her up with those crazy mithril swords. With her team backing her up, she easily chased off the attackers, and they scrambled away in a panic, even though Gold tried his best to keep them calm. The moneylender boss was super annoyed that only 2 guys showed up to face his massive crew, so he stepped onto the battlefield himself. Seeing his goons were totally useless, he ripped the robe off the mystery man and barked at him to get in the fight. Aquina and his partner were totally stunned to see this massive guy decked out in full-body armor. The girl was totally blown away when Golden revealed I wasn't the only one with that skill, especially once she saw the guy in the armor. He told the girl she was right. This guy couldn't pay back his debt, so unlike his own man, he's now just a slave to the loan shark. Golded used his magic to force the armored guy to hunt down the girl and grab her. Suddenly, a massive attack slams down on her, but she dodges it just in time and tells the hero to back off. Aquina saw the girl was finally slowing down, but she couldn't bring herself to strike because she knew her opponent was actually totally innocent. He thought Mai would slice right through that steel armor, but the moment she struck, her sword just shattered into pieces. Right when they hit, this crazy glow wrapped around the attacker, and he shattered my weapon in a single blow. The armored guy keeps on the attack, while Gold explains that the servant's defense is so crazy, even the girl is going to struggle. That's why the armor was so tough, because these skills don't just buff your body, they make your gear way stronger too. Gold had threatened to force a contract on Mine the moment he caught her, and then he actually made her kill Shogi with her own 2 hands. She was positive that even if a magic contract is forced on you, it still can't be used to make you kill anyone. While the hero was still thinking it over, Gold told him they had a mage at the office who could whip up a super unique contract. That explained everything. But since Aquina already saw it coming, I was the only one left, looking totally shocked. She was totally freaked out that he'd get busted as a criminal once everyone saw what he was up to. But Gold wasn't worried at all. He actually had since rich people always need someone to do their dirty work, his office was constantly flooded with high-paying clients. The servants were totally silenced by that contract, giving those moneylenders a free pass to do whatever they wanted. Anyone with a sharp eye could see the kingdom was totally messed up, but it felt way too easy to just talk about. Golded's next command was for the armored guy to finally hunt down Mine and make her feel some serious pain. While the girl was getting attacked, Shuji was shocked to see them using illegal magic just to torture her into following orders. She lunges at the enemy again, but her weapon snaps, and when she tries to grab a backup sword from Shoji, the other servants jump in to block her. She was stuck with nothing but a sheath to fight with. But then Mine looked at the hero and made a move that totally caught him off guard. Gold didn't waste a heartbeat before ordering another attack on the defenseless girl, sending that wild-eyed knight charging straight for her. She snatched the scabbard and ignored Shodu's warnings, charging the enemy who fell right into her trap. He slammed the scabbard right through the armor, ripping from the belt all the way up to the chest. That's when Akina finally realizes something crazy. Every single one of those hits landed in the exact same spot. Those final hits were so strong they completely broke through his defense skill, leaving him with nothing but his basic armor. Mine couldn't stand watching the guy suffer through his orders, but the moment he tried to attack her boss, she was ready to jump in with everything she had. Mine totally crushed it with a flurry of attacks, then landed and told Shoji she's his new bodyguard, which he was super hyped about. The bandits saw what went down and immediately bolted, totally ignoring their boss's orders to attack the heroes who didn't even have weapons. When the girl faced Goldad again, he hid behind his innocent servants like a total coward and bolted, screaming that he'd get his revenge. They missed the moneylender, and Mine was totally gutted, but Shoji didn't even care because he knew Goldad was already game over. Even with the nobles protecting the office, Akina still had a way to pull the strings. 2 nights later, the guards stormed the moneylender's office to bust him for his shady business. Goldad managed to slip away, leaving only his servants behind for the soldiers to inspect their contract magic. Turns out that magic was totally illegal and hidden, so now the loan shark Goldad is officially a wanted man for shady trading and faking his contracts. They're gonna split up all that loot, and once the bad guy is caught, everyone can finally chill out. Mine was totally blown away that she and Shoji actually took down Goldad, since she couldn't believe they managed to beat someone who was protected by the powerful nobles. He explained that not all the nobles were backing the moneylender, and they were actually ready to leak some game-changing info. Since Mine was totally lost, he had to break it down for her. It turns out some corrupt nobles were protecting the area because they were illegally buying and selling servants. Word about this shady trade, the nobles were split into different groups that were always at each other's throats, fighting for power non-stop. He told them he sent a letter to the nobles who were against him, exposing the moneylender with a bunch of illegal contracts as proof. He hired the quietest pros at the guild to dig up info on all the nobles backing Goldad. Meeting nobles is impossible without a special invite. And since Akina didn't want to deal with them anyway, he found a super easy way to skip the whole problem. Our hero slid some cash to the guards at the mansion and told them to make sure those important papers got delivered to the nobles. Since all the different groups were already fighting for power, the nobles were super hyped to start digging into Goldad. She was totally blown away by his insane skills, but he was just thinking about how his old office back on Earth was full of rival groups that taught him everything he knows. The only one left was that Goldad guy who escaped, but he's basically done for because his own noble allies are hunting him down to hide their tracks. He knew a hero wasn't coming for him, so he pushed his partner to give it their all and make it to the new city that very day. A bit later, the former loan shark boss is gasping for air in the city alleys, wondering how his life went south and why all his goons completely ditched him. He blamed Shoji for everything, because if that hero hadn't interfered, he would have owned Mine and used her to make a ton of money. That greedy moneylender tried every trick to stop Maine from paying him back, but Akina stepped in and paid off her entire debt in one go. He fought off 2 attacks and called in the guards, but Goldad only survived because of that secret passage hidden in his room. Thinking back on everything, he swore to get his revenge by taking out the hero and making Mine his personal servant. But first, he had to break out of the country, and he was already planning to steal a horse to make it happen. He was right in the middle of thinking when his body suddenly flipped sideways and he went crashing down. He realized he was totally stuck and couldn't even get a word out just as some random stranger started walking right up to him. He said Golded was completely paralyzed and that the orders were to take him out right away without any torture. The moneylender couldn't even open his mouth to beg for mercy before his life was ended in an instant. A bit later, Akina is busy cleaning up what's left of a destroyed house on his land when the girl suddenly warns Shoji that they've got company. He had no clue who these people were at first, but then it clicked. They were the old servants who got snatched up during Golded's big attack. They said they owed him big time and wanted to show some real respect, so they literally dropped to the ground and bowed for saving their lives. One of them said that because the heroes showed up, they were finally free and all their debts were totally wiped out. The boy realized the enemies were letting the servants go free instead of selling them, all just to make their move against the nobles. Even after everything, every single person he freed was super grateful and promised they'd never forget his help. The guy asked if they actually had steady work since times were so rough, because even though some could just go back home or work for family, not everyone was that lucky. Everyone was forgetting everything, and it was seriously starting to get them down. Akina was only in it to grab that useful mind, and he knew he definitely didn't need any extra drama. A second later, the girl pulls the hero aside and begs him to help these people out. He totally got how she felt, but even if he raised the cash, he just couldn't take care of that many people. Mine figured it out and told G he should hire these guys to show off his shop, since she knew he'd be running his own business or leading caravans soon. He knew that to grow his business super fast, he needed a crew to keep an eye on all the sales. He realized Maine was totally right, and that his boring office job had made him think like a worker instead of a leader, which meant he'd never reach his dream if he didn't change. While our hero is stuck in his head, everyone is staring him down with eyes full of hope, just waiting for him to give them an answer. He turned to face the crowd, feeling super nervous with everyone staring, and announced he was looking for someone to work at his shop. Akina didn't care that they used to be servants, and once everyone was on board, he decided to put his full trust in them. They begged him to step up as their boss and look after them. Since he was a big-shot merchant with over a dozen employees, he was the perfect fit. In this world, these new hires were so hyped they swore to follow Shoji forever, which totally weirded him out. And now he's stuck thinking about it every single time he recruits someone new. The next morning, Akina heads to the capital's workshop district to see a blacksmith, where the dwarf drops a bombshell that someone is actually hunting the hero, meaning Shoji is about to deal. Our hero and his partner stared in total shock at the gnome who just dropped that bombshell on them. While searching through Workshop Street, our hero finds out he's being hunted down just because he's tied to Golden and the gun killer. This made a bunch of people want to take the hero out, and they even tracked down the gnome just to dig up some info. Akina tagged along to fix the weapon and hire the old servants right as they heard the whole story. Once Gold was taken down, all the nobles buying illegal servants got exposed, and the power balance between them completely flipped. Shogi figured the nobles were salty about their losses and sent hitmen after him, so since he wasn't ready to die, the blacksmith told him to get moving and run for his life. Akina and his partner headed out, but Maine felt super guilty and apologized, so he stayed calm and told her they'd face all these problems together. She was totally vibing with how things were going between them. Shoji told her they needed to move fast and ditch the country right away to start their own company. But mine was completely stuck. Escaping with 12 people was going to be a total nightmare, and since he couldn't guarantee them jobs in a new country, he decided to play it safe and stick to the plan. A little while later, a massive crowd of the former servants showed up at the Merchant Guild to get their paperwork signed. Akina and mine stayed in disguise, watching the new recruits get trained on how to be pro salespeople and master the art of trading. Anyone who joined got hooked up with total support and a job that fit their skills perfectly. Later on, the team is going to run a local shop selling shogi products they grew overseas. The Okinawa crew finally figured out where to run and are blending in as regular townspeople for now. They were already plotting their big escape as they waved goodbye to the staff and headed out. She warned him that the guards used magic to call ahead to the border, and he was totally stunned because he hadn't taken this world seriously at all. He figured his only move left was to bail on the country, but Maine warned him that even escaping wouldn't be easy. She warned them that tracking mages are always watching the border to hunt down anyone trying to sneak past the main outpost. Watching the whole border was basically impossible, because tracking magic only works in safe zones and totally skips the dangerous lands. Maine pointed out that getting shipments from overseas through those lands was basically impossible. Aquinas sighed, because escaping the country was such a massive pain, but he still managed to get all the supplies ready, even though he didn't have a single second to gather any info. He thought he hit a total dead end and almost started the whole journey over, but he just couldn't ditch the crew he'd already hired. Mine thinks for a bit and suggests the dark forest of destruction, because even though it's crawling with monsters, tracking magic won't work there. Every country borders this forest, but they leave it standing to block any easy invasion paths, and the woods even blast out weird waves that totally drain a mage's power. This forest is literally as big as a whole country, but she still picked this death trap because she's totally sure she can handle it. The hero totally agreed with me, saying she wasn't just bragging about Shoji's weapons, because he realized that gear is exactly where her real strength comes from. Akina figured that if he could just take over the forest, he'd have all the supplies he needed and could easily pick which country to head to after his escape. Once he figured everything out, he told her they had to bail. But first, they needed to plan their route through the woods and grab the right gear for the job. Shoji hits up the potion shop in the capital a bit later, realizing his partner is actually super reliable when she's locked in. The second he stepped inside, he realized this place was nothing like his usual potion shop, and he was seriously pumped to see what was waiting for him. As he scans the shop and the crowd, our hero spots a girl grabbing a potion right off the shelf. Shoji was totally caught up in how calm and beautiful she looked, but Mine noticed him staring and snapped him out of it by reminding him that blue potions heal wounds, green ones are for poison, and yellow ones fix paralysis. You can tell a potion's quality just by looking through it, since the cheap stuff has gross gunk at the bottom, while the high-tier ones are crystal clear. High-grade potions cost a total fortune, so most people couldn't even afford them, which is pretty standard for items you use once and they're gone. Mine tried to take charge and pick out some cheap but good potions, but some guy cut her off and offered to buy a high-quality one right on the spot. He stopped listening and just checked how clear the items were to see their quality, knowing that if the forest was full of monsters, they'd only be carrying the best loot. Suddenly, our hero walks up to the merchant and asks for 10 of every single top-tier potion, leaving everyone there totally shocked. Buying tons of those high-level potions meant he was filthy rich, even though he looked like a total nobody. Everyone thinks Akina was just some rich guy's servant who was secretly spying on him the whole time. Our hero realized he was acting like a billionaire oil tycoon who just bought every single item on the planet. He locked eyes with the gorgeous girl, and even though she looked totally shocked to see him, she actually flashed him a smile. Our hero was totally clueless about that bad vibe, while Mine glared at him. But right then, the shopkeeper shouted that his potions were finally ready to go. Out of nowhere, Shoji spots a super weird potion and asks what the heck it is. The shopkeeper tells him it's a monster-warding potion, and if he splashes it on the cart, the smell will keep all those beasts away. If he used it just once, he wouldn't run into any monsters for a whole week, and Shoji thought that was a total win. That lady they just ran into fired a punch right back, but mine was totally stumped because she'd never heard of a potion doing anything like that. The merchant scrambled to tell them a traveling wizard sold him the goods, so the shop definitely made sure it actually worked. One potion costs a massive 10 gold coins, which is enough money to hire a whole squad of adventurers for an entire week. While everyone else was busy arguing over the price, our guy decided this potion was perfect and wanted to buy every single bottle he could find. The keener asked if the potion was actually legit, and the seller promised that the mage who made it guaranteed it could take down B-rank monsters. Mine quickly warned them that B-rank missions are actually meant for a whole squad of top-tier pros. The kid wanted to help Mine out in the forest, so he decided to find out exactly how much that potion was worth. Then, he starts bidding like crazy, trying to buy every single potion they have for 6 gold coins each. Buying out the whole shop was wild, but 6 gold coins was still a total joke. Even though she was still on the fence, the seller totally agreed to 8 gold coins for every single piece. His partner keeps it real and says she honestly doesn't think they'll be able to sell it. Shoji asked if the product would be a hit, but after thinking it over, the girl told him it was a bust because hiring actual people was way cheaper. The salesman told them to hang on and bolted into the back. And just a second later, 2 people came rushing right back. The shop manager walked up and told him that if he bought every single potion in stock, he'd drop the price to just 7 gold coins. Those potions cost a crazy 200 gold, which is basically millions of yen in our money, so no wonder everyone was totally losing their minds. Aquina finally made a deal to buy every single thing, and the sellers were stoked to dump their old junk and get their money back. He tossed down 40 gold coins to lock in the deal, promising to pay the rest of the cash once the goods actually arrived. Aquina headed back home to plant her new potions, but she ran right into that same beautiful girl again. They run into each other again, and now the hero is seriously wondering if she's a stalker, while Mine just stands there in a total daze. She complained that Shogi was staring like a total idiot at this girl with long black hair and a huge chest. Aquina realized what was up and told her to head home and check things out, which totally cheered the girl up. He stared at that deadly zone of destruction and realized his monster protection potion gave him a totally genius idea. A bit later, the guy is staring at a massive dead snake while the girl stands right on top of it, asking him if he's actually serious about living in a place like this. Shoji says that with the potion and Mine's power, they can finally stop running and turn the dark forest of destruction into their new home base. Bathed in sunlight, our hero stands on the giant snake's corpse and thinks back to when the girl asked if they were really going to live in this place. Just 2 days after entering the dark forest, our hero was totally wiped out from all that walking, so he found a massive tree and crashed on its roots to take a breather. Seeing him totally out of breath, his partner told him they needed to start training, completely forgetting that she basically has superpowers. She noticed the forest was way too quiet, which was super weird since monsters usually jump out and attack right away. That monster protection potion actually worked, so it was definitely worth the money. The monsters bolted the second they saw the potion turn into mist, and right then, the hero realized the rumors about this monster-repelling stuff were actually true. So right before they went in, he told them they'd lose the guys chasing them by hiding deep inside the dark forest of destruction. Right after grabbing the potion, the hero decided to set up camp in the forest, so the girl asked him why he chose this spot. The guy explained that even if they escaped to another country, they still wouldn't be safe, but at least no one was following them through the forest. Right then, Mine was busy rigging a weapon to a tree, because even with that potion, they were still having a hard time. The problem our hero was talking about was actually a monster charging straight at them. This A-rank beast is the king of the Forest of Destruction, a massive snake with dead bears in its mouth that treats even C-rank monsters like a total snap. Before heading into the woods, Shoji did some digging on the king of the forest and made sure all his gear was ready to go. He grabbed a mithril sword forged by a dwarf and some light armor to protect his weak spots. Once she finished getting ready, the hero knew staying safe was priority number one, and taking down the Forest King was the perfect way to level up their journey. Mine was totally confused why he thought killing the snake was enough to move in when they hadn't even picked a spot for their base. But Akina just insisted the monster had to go down first. Right as they're talking, the king of the forest towers over them from behind, getting ready to strike. Shoji knew the snake was coming, but it definitely showed up way earlier than he expected. Suddenly, the snake lunges at the duo, and when the girl tries to block the hit, her sword snaps right against the monster's skin. Next, she whipped out a real weapon to finally get serious. She dropped into a fighting stance and pointed her blade right at the snake. As leaves swirled around them, just as the leaves hit the ground, the monster and I lunged at each other, smashing through trees in a high-speed chase. The girl finally slashed the snake and landed another hit, but that just made the monster way more ticked off. The monster lunged forward, but mine managed to dodge the hit even though Shoji was totally freaking out. The hero was totally ready for that poison spray, and it shut down the next move so fast that the girl couldn't even get close enough to land a hit. Seeing no other way out, Akina yanked the cord the second that snake was in the perfect spot. Suddenly, she looks back, and it finally hits her what they've been building all along. The rope dragged a massive pile of potion boxes along, and every single one was poured right onto the snake. The hero and mine just set up this trap using monster protection potions, and when the girl was shocked by the huge pile of bottles, the hero just played it cool and said he bought a bunch of extras. The potion recipe shows that monsters are actually terrified of poison, so even a high-level A-rank beast will freeze up the second it gets hit with the stun. The monster was totally stuck, leaving it wide open for a beatdown. As soon as Akina gave the signal, the girl literally ripped trees right out of the ground. Even though Maine had that snake totally pinned against the trees, and seeing her opening, she charged straight in. But a second later, the snake rips its body out of the trap and lunges straight for mine. She coiled her tail right around the girl, and the hero was losing it, seeing his partner trapped in that snake's grip. The beast starts oozing gross slime as tiny snakes crawl out of its tail and under the girl's clothes. But mine breaks free before getting bitten and warns him not to underestimate her, which she reveals she's a bodyguard for a super-rich merchant. And just like that, their crazy new adventure officially begins. Their very first mission? Taking down a total beast of a monster. She sliced the monster into a bunch of pieces to make sure it stayed dead, then stood right on top of its body in a victory pose. After seeing Mine's insane power, the hero finally understood why Goldadu was after her, so he tossed her some extra cash and she was totally hyped. So that's how it went down. And when they got back to talking about life there, our hero explained he was secretly testing his partner's power and the potions to keep her from worrying while totally hiding the truth about the trap. Because of that, I could finally stand my ground, and since the snake's massive territory was filled with its terrifying scent, other monsters were way too scared to even come near. Once they won the battle, they turned this place into their new home base by just rolling in a cart and building an office. Moving to the next part of their journey, Akina Shoji and his partner have to build an office right in the middle of a dark forest of destruction. Main did most of the heavy lifting, but the boy was right there, hammering nails and putting the wood together. She started by flattening the dirt, using just a single log to prep the perfect spot for her house in a few quick steps. Next up was the foundation, and while the girl just chucked the supports into place, Shoji had to fit every single log one by one. The girl finished the log build with a simple toss, and a bit later, the guy was already putting on the final touches. Akeen and her partner went to check out their house from the side, and the workers were totally hyped because the office finally looked incredible. He totally nailed it for a beginner, showing off his obsession with log houses and letting his past experience do all the heavy lifting. Sure, there was some construction nearby, but with 0 earthquakes reported, our guy figured he had nothing to worry about. Behind one of those doors was the most important spot in the whole place, the growing field. They built a fence around the field so the hero could farm in total peace, and not even mine was supposed to mess with him. He needed to stock up on monster defense potions and way more mithril swords since they were totally sold out. She stepped inside feeling totally stoked to finally have her own room, a massive luxury that usually only super-rich nobles or merchants could ever afford. The hero suggests grabbing some cool decorations for their rooms on the next city trip, and mine is totally hyped for it. He also couldn't help but wonder why the whole house was decked out in giant snake bones. To be totally safe, she started hanging bones all over the house just to freak out the monsters. He realized this was total proof of who owned the land, and after thinking for a second, mine turned to the hero with a question. That question about the way he talked totally froze him up, and he had no clue what the problem even was. The girl reminded him she's his subordinate and told him to just talk normally, just like he does with the modded blacksmith. She told him she was totally down to talk casually, but then she got super embarrassed and apologized for bothering a regular security guard with her drama. Shoji actually stopped to think and realized he totally underestimated how dangerous that super polite act really was. He thought it over, agreed to her request, and then started acting way more casual, which totally made her blush. After they finished the ritual again, he knew their whole vibe had changed, but he started shaking when she squeezed his hands way too hard, making her quickly apologize. Right then, our guy was so hyped that he actually spent the extra cash on those top-tier healing potions. A month later, the hero and his partner head over to the shop they left in the hands of their new city crew. She really didn't want their private time to end, but he told her that an employee named Oguma already scouted the woods and confirmed the coast was clear. Shoji figured the guys chasing him finally quit, so he spent the next month using his farming skills to turn his small stash into a massive pile of loot. Plus, they had to head back anyway because they were totally running out of cash to pay their workers. That forest was just a fake cover for their office, so they headed back to the city to finally get to work. A bit later, they linked up with Oguma and the rest of the staff, who led them straight to the building. The new shop was super shiny, and after the hero hyped up the compact building, they told him he just had to see what was waiting inside. As he stepped inside, he was already picturing a spotless shop and staff looking totally professional. The guy and his partner were totally blown away, and when the staff realized the boss was there, they all rushed to greet him, making him feel super awkward. He thanked the crew and told them to get back to it, since the big boss showing up out of nowhere had everyone totally on edge. Mine and Aquinas thought the shop looked amazing, but Choji was already stressing over the price, since a brand new place right on the main street definitely wasn't going to be cheap. Oguma gave them a quick walkthrough, showing them that even though the shop looked decent, some hidden spots were still completely trashed. The shop was a total wreck, and they basically just slapped some thin boards on the outside to make it look halfway decent for the customers. See, regular people actually need a special permit to own a massive, fancy building, and our guy had absolutely no idea. To get your hands on it, you needed a solid reason, a mountain of cash, and a ton of trust, which was basically impossible to find unless you spent years trading in the market with the big bosses backing you up. That's exactly how they scored the shop, even though it was super small and totally falling apart. The place was super old when they bought it, so the crew gave it a quick makeover to convince the authorities they hadn't actually rebuilt anything. Oguma and the crew were doing such an awesome job that the hero realized listening to mine and hiring them was the best move ever. The lackey also mentioned they rented a little house nearby for the workers to stay in, just like Shoji ordered. They couldn't believe servants back then lived in such nice places. And Ogam was definitely getting suspicious about what they actually did for work. He seriously couldn't believe they didn't have to work every day and actually got 2 whole days off a week. Akina told them to take 2 days off and just chill, hoping they'd finally get some real rest. The former servants were super skeptical about these amazing conditions, but he promised to pay them for every bit of overtime, since his old job back on Earth always forced him to work for free. Our hero put his heart into making the shop a great place to work, and the whole staff was seriously grateful. Our hero asked when the shop would finally open, since the staff were all trained up and they were ready to go the second the stock arrived. Since one of the employees used to be a big-time general manager, the hero decides to trust her and lets her run the whole show. The hero and his partner were totally stoked with how things went, so Aquina told them to unload the cart and pick out the very first items from the pile. Shoji asked if the capital finally finished that price list he'd been waiting for. The workers explained they only checked the shops they could actually get into, since some places are strictly for fancy nobles or professional builders. He told them to keep tracking those prices exactly like that, while he was already hyped up, thinking about what their very first product was gonna be. He also told them to get a bunch of cards ready to move all the loot right next to the Forest of Destruction. Our hero finally breathes a sigh of relief since everything is going perfect. But a week later, one of his workers walks right up to Shoji. He was super hyped for the shop to open, but then things got real when a surprise visitor showed up looking for the hero. Akina was hiding out and couldn't figure out who found him, thinking it had to be the guys on his tail, even though he was sure he'd already lost them. Oguma cleared things up by saying it was a woman who wouldn't leave until she saw the owner, proving she knew all about the boy's connection to the shop. Oguma mentioned this gorgeous woman called herself Sasha, and that name definitely rings a bell from my adventuring days. She said this woman was actually a huge deal and a total expert on magical items. He still had no clue why a big shot like that wanted him, so he rushed off to meet the guest right away. The second Akina walked into his shop and saw the girl standing there looking all important, he knew exactly who she was. It was that same gorgeous girl from the potion shop, and now she was actually thanking them for the tea. Main and Akina Shoji were hanging out inside a hut while Main sparked up a magic lamp. She showed him this crazy magic item that stayed on fire without any oil, and Aquino was totally shocked. He figured Ogum brought this magic tool along with the report, and it hit him that he'd seen stuff just like it back during the Golded's group attack and the summoning. The girl snapped her out of her thoughts, mentioning that shops selling these lanterns are actually a huge trend in the capital right now. She kept going on about how magic gear costs a fortune and is super hard to actually make. He lifted the lantern high and got super hyped, thinking about how awesome it would be if his shop had a pro who could craft items as insane as that magic lamp. He straightened his collar, knowing finding the right person was way harder than it looked. Then he stepped into Aiken's room and apologized for the wait while he was changing. Akina and Main sat down right across from that mysterious girl they met at the potion shop, and then Oguma just headed out. The guy calls her Sasha-san, a super famous magic item researcher, and she realizes her name is finally starting to get out there. The guy introduces himself as Akina Shoji, the actual owner of the shop, and the girl is so shocked she just drops into her seat. Akina asks what's up, and the girl is totally shocked to find out the guy she saw the other day is actually the shop owner, making this a crazy, lucky break. Sasha introduces herself again as a mage who geeks out over magic items, and the leader just shrugs, saying he already guessed that from her look. He still thought she was a total mystery girl, and Main was ready to jump in if things got messy. So when Akina asked why she was there, Sasha just said she had something to show. The girl lifted her skirt and stretched her leg out, letting Sasha grab a bundle hidden right underneath. She even asked if he liked her legs, but he just sat there with his eyes shut, trying to figure out why she was showing off like that while he let out a super annoyed cough. This stunning girl rips open the package to find some mysterious gear inside. Akina and Main lean in closer, totally hyped to find out what Sasha's holding. Sasha grabs the jug and aims. The water spills from the jug as a glowing magic circle suddenly forms, making the boy and the main character jump out of their seats in total shock. Everyone started freaking out, and while the main character asked if it was a magic item, Aquino was losing his mind because his shop floor was literally sinking into the water. Sasha kept her cool and confirmed it's a magic item that lets anyone use magic gear just by flipping a switch, even if they aren't mages. Isn't that wild? This legendary item was a piece of lost magic tech that suddenly sparked a magic circle, swirling all the water on the floor into a crazy funnel while a stunned Akina begged to know more about it. Sasha lifted her staff high and explained that lost magic is way different from today's stuff, since ancient times actually had a super advanced magical civilization. She was totally lost in her story, explaining how people back then used magic items for everything to build a super advanced world. The kids are totally locked in as Sasha grabs the next item, explaining that these ancient magic relics have parts that are impossible to make now, so nobody can ever recreate them. She grabbed the gadget and explained that it could still blast wind magic even on low power before hitting the button again. She hits the button, sending the guys flying into the wall, and they're totally shocked to see the water on the floor start to dry up right in front of them. They stood up, and the MC said this power could easily crush any local robbers, especially since it's actually holding back and still beats modern magic gear. So Akina asked Sasha if she was planning. She said no way, because the magic stones were totally out of juice, and she even mashed the button again to prove they were dead. Once Sasha finished her scan, the whole thing was basically garbage. Main was totally losing it, because these items were worth a fortune. Akina just stood there in silence, thinking that was a pretty wild. Akina rubbed his chin and started plotting his next move, since he was itching to do something with all those single-use magic items he brought along. The real deal finally kicked off the second Sasha finished checking the items and told them she had an offer to make. She was going to fix them up and make them work again. But the guys were totally lost and asked what she meant. Sasha holds up a magic staff and explains that these lost items are the absolute peak of tech, and even the smartest experts still can't figure out how to fix them. She's finally going to figure out all that lost magic and build something way more powerful than any of it. Sasha only showed up to get Choji to pay for her research, but he told her she should just sell the whole thing to the government instead. She explained that elite magicians had taken over those spots a long time ago, and while he was busy thinking about all the perks they were getting, Shoji told her to just sell them to someone with a ton of influence. Sasha told them those fancy nobles wanted way more than just her research, but deep down, she knew they were actually after her. Shoji knew Sasha was a total knockout who was way more developed than Main, and he'd get hit with a wave of pure rage if he ever let himself forget it. Shoji was totally confused and asked why she picked him when there were way bigger bosses out there, especially since his business hadn't even officially started yet. Sasha starts pulling something straight out of her chest while explaining how she spotted Shoji, and he's just left wondering why she's reaching in there. The guys were totally shocked to find a monster protection potion just sitting there in the potion shop. She held up the potion and revealed she found the secret recipe in the ruins of Legion. And suddenly, he finally understood what he was looking at. Main turned to Shoji and warned him that these ruins were a total nightmare, even for the most seasoned pros. Sasha points out that exploring ruins is a total money pit with crazy expensive ingredients, and Akina adds that their sales are basically zero. Sasha realized it was way too expensive and backed off, but she hoped that if someone actually bought it, they'd finally get the point of her research. It finally clicked that Sasha was only selling those monster protection potions to find a patron, and he was exactly the guy she was looking for. He was really tempted to take her cash so he could keep digging into that ancient lost magic. Main and Shoji sat there in total silence, but the boy was locked in on his dream of becoming a free trader in this world. He realized he had a crazy mass production power called skill cultivation by store and guard, and looking at his land, he knew it was finally time to level up his business empire. Right now, Main is all on his own and can't do anything but play defense. Shoji looks over at Sasha, a magic item expert and mage who's built for raiding deadly ruins. She's definitely a bit of a weirdo, but she's also a total. His eyes lit up as he realized this wasn't just about boring business deals, it was a straight-up hunt for the perfect person. He stared at this beautiful girl, wondering if she was a secret powerhouse or just a total fake, so he stayed on high alert and made his choice. He finally decided to lock in and take this talk seriously. Shoji straight up asked what kind of edge they had with their research money. Main just stared at him, completely caught off guard. Sasha realized she was their secret weapon, since she could supply and fix all their magic gear. But getting those top-tier upgrades and tools was going to cost them a massive 2,000 gold coins. That's a crazy 20 million yen. Akina thought about it for a second and finally called Oguma over. Then he reached out his hand as Oguma walked in and handed him the bag. Shogi's totally down, dropping a cool 1,000 gold coins right then and there for research and promising thousands more once the job is finished, leaving Oguma and Main looking super high. Sasha was totally shocked and asked if he was really giving away thousands of gold, but he just told her it was no big deal since he could grow restored items whenever he wanted. She smirked and told him it was pretty bold to just throw money around like that, so Shoji asked if he could be her official sponsor, but he had one big catch. Aquinas straight up offered her a job at his shop. Her new gig involved crafting magic items to sell and acting as his personal bodyguard. Best of all, she could use any extra time to... The guy tells her she's got to pass a test by working as a security guard for a few days, and after thinking it over, Sasha finally agrees. She figured that working at Shoji's shop was way better than grinding in ruins for cash, since it finally let her focus on her research. Sasha shook his hand to seal the deal, but when she worried about getting past security, Shoji just flashed a grin and said he couldn't wait to see her try. Fast forward a few days, and Shoji and Sasha are standing on the road near the creepy forest of destruction, staring ahead with their carriage parked right behind them. He remembered his co-workers wanted him to scout a nearby village for business and see if Sasha was actually tough enough to be their guard. Suddenly, a weird noise started heading their way. The guy shouted that they were finally here, He'd heard rumors about monsters trashing the village lately. Right then, Maine knew exactly who a whole pack of wild horses was charging straight at them, screaming as they closed in. Kana reached out to Sasha and told her he was counting on her as his teacher, and when she asked if he was actually talking about her, he just thought to himself that it was a total formality. He remembered Sasha was actually a researcher, so being a decent mage was usually enough, especially since Maine was tagging along for backup. Akina leaned in and asked Maine how tough those wandering horses really were, and you could tell Maine was getting a little nervous. She says, "These wandering horses are brutal monsters that stomp their prey with massive hooves, and even though they're only C rank, they're so fast that escaping or catching them is basically impossible. Out in the open like this, these B rank monsters are super strong, and they're closing in fast." Shoji realized these monsters were just like the forest bears they'd already wrecked. Sasha didn't hesitate and marched straight toward the beasts, and Akina was finally about to see a real mage fight. She starts by summoning a magic circle with a star and announces it's time to show off her research. Then suddenly, a ton of other magic circles with all kinds of symbols start popping up all around. Maine ducked behind Akina as the air suddenly turned ice cold, while Sasha just crossed her arms and warned them they were about to freeze. She pointed her hands at the horses and summoned a fountain of ice, pulling all those magic circles together into one giant ring. The boys were totally hyped seeing that insane ice magic freeze the ground, but those horses were actually super smart and tried to leap right over the trap at full speed. Sasha said that thanks to Shoji's cash, she was able to fix a busted ancient magic item they just dug up. She lifts her dress, and a magic staff drops out, instantly bursting into flames as she grabs it and starts spinning it around like crazy. As soon as she calls out the name of her magic item, Iced Darkness Princess, the ground freezes way faster, the horses get totally stunned, and Shoji is blown away by how quick the monsters slammed hard onto the frozen ground and couldn't even get back up, screaming their heads off as they were forced back. Sasha was beaming as she asked the guys what they thought of her fixing the magic item. Totally shocked she could already pull it off, while the main character was geeking out over how awesome the magic and gear looked together. She wasn't finished yet, and as she watched the horses try to bolt, she summoned another magic circle and told them running was useless, calling them nothing but little kids. She threw her arms wide and announced the show was over, while the guys started screaming that the air was turning ice cold. Sasha dropped her hands and then threw them up, making a ton of magic circles pop out everywhere, while the guys just stood there with their mouths hanging open. Sasha fires up her homing ice spell, and suddenly, sharp frozen arrows spawn right in the middle of the magic circles, while Maine and Shoji lean in to watch, and the horses start to freak out. Sasha pointed her hands right at the target and shouted, "Forward!" as every single arrow flew straight for the horses. The horses were charging full speed, and Shoji thought they were about to bolt, but Maine told him to hold on and just look straight ahead. The ice suddenly froze back up right in front of the speeding horses, making them crash down as the boys panicked and the animals completely freaked out. Isaros ripped through the horses one by one, and while they let out some painful screams, they were wiped out in seconds. Sasha stood there with a huge smirk, looking totally proud of what she just pulled off. Shoji remembered Maine's warning that fighting out in the open was a total nightmare. She started whispering about how weird it was for these monsters to live here and why there were so many of them. And that's when he realized she was in total nerd mode. It was Sasha, the famous magic item researcher from all those rumors. She turned to Gianast to see if she actually passed the exam, and he told her she obviously crushed it. Standing on that hill with the sun, making her look incredible, she told Sun she was hyped to finally meet her new boss. Shoji figured the Akina store just landed another star employee, while Main was over there totally losing her mind. Sasha's been on the job for a week now, and back at Akina's shop in the capital, Shodya and Main are watching her flex a brand new spell. She grabbed her staff with the orb on top and fired off a spell. A glowing magic circle popped up right over the staff, and she was totally hyped. The guys watched her closely. Sasha admitted she only finished the staff research because of Shoji's money. Then she asked for another 1,000 gold coins, and he totally agreed. He was totally shocked she fixed that broken magic item in just one night. But Sasha explained she used a stone to repair the pattern, even though the max users were still stuck at 6 times 0.99. She wanted to make something even cooler than lost magic, but Main said it was already perfect. So she stuck her leg out and told him they should sell this bonus in the shop. The girl shows off a flashlight and asks if it's magic, and Sasha's like, totally, explaining she used ancient lost magic to make it way better than any normal one. The guy was just about to say something, but she cut him off to reveal she'd fixed the fire staff and even made a brand new item in just 1 week. Sasha clicked the button on the magic lantern and it glowed to life, leaving the guy totally stunned, while Main decided to see how it stacked up against the ones in the city shops by sending the old one back to the store in the royal capital. Shoji asks about the total, so Sasha flips open her canvas to reveal 10 more pieces and admits that Oguma and the crew actually helped her out. She's the only one who can fix items with dead magic, and once she crafts the flashlight's core, the rest is a total breeze, which had the guy super hyped about how fast the team was moving. They headed straight to the village right by the Forest of Destruction to start making deals immediately. Shoji realizes this village is way out in the middle of nowhere, with no shops and almost nobody around, where everyone survives as guides and relies on Oguma to scout out exactly what the people need. This old guy walks up, says he's the village elder, and thanks them for finally taking down those wild horses. Shoji knew horses used to raid this village, but now monsters were creeping way out of the forest to attack, even though he heard the danger was finally over. He looked at the villagers and saw they were still totally on edge and terrified of the monsters, especially when it came to the pitch-black darkness of the night. The kid finally admitted they were actually from Aiken's shop, and the village chief was totally caught off guard. Shoji pointed over at his cart and told everyone they were just there to do some trading in the village. The elder agreed to make a deal, but the guy standing behind him asked if they brought any rare loot from the city. The guy told them they were just renting a corner, planning to sell their main goods where people actually wanted them, while using this village to sell Sasha's custom lanterns. Since food is super hard to find, they started selling cheap items like they always do, and everyone was shocked that the prices were way lower than the big shops in the capital. They got their usual gear ready, and the guy started selling his lanterns. But then some other traders suddenly showed up and asked the village for permission to start trading too. Shoji asked who they were, but the 2 merchants just stood up and started giggling. One guy grabbed a lantern and bragged about how they light up the whole dark world, while the other merchant pulled the cover off his own lamp and added that even the trees and plants need. The 2 merchants held up their lanterns and struck a pose, announcing they were the Gregory Magic Lantern Shop. Main tells Shogi-san that this shop is their rival, but he reminds her about those trendy lantern shops she showed him in the royal capital. A lantern seller started shouting to get everyone's attention, calling out to all the peaceful people in the village. He held his head and told them they'd run into a monster on the way to the village, and Main was totally shocked by the news. Shuji knew the guy was totally lying because they'd already used Sasha's monster protection potion on the road to the village just to be safe. The merchant kept going on about how he was just as freaked out as them, especially since the sun was dropping fast and night was about to hit the village. He totally freaked the locals out by screaming that the monsters looked just like them, and Shoji couldn't wrap his head around why he was scaring everyone instead of just selling his stuff. The merchant showed off a brand new Grigori magic lantern and offered to light up the whole village, basically forcing everyone to want one right then and there. Sasha's just chilling and sipping tea while Shuji realizes they're actually using a forbidden move, and then our main guy starts screaming that they should never buy anything from a sketchy shop like this. The shopkeepers gave them a weird look and walked over, telling them they had magic lanterns in their store too. The second merchant saw their lanterns and started roasting their old-school uniforms, bragging that his own genius designs were way better. But then one of the guys asked if they were actually the exact same thing. This merchant shouted that he was Professor Gridge, a total genius who could build literally any magic item you can think of. The first merchant jumped in, swearing he'd make the sale no matter what, and introducing himself as the manager of the garage store. This shop was super bloody, but making insane money all over the world, and you started getting creeped out, wondering what was wrong with these guys, and if they were just being annoying. The second merchant totally trashed their lanterns, treating them like worthless horse bones, and claiming they looked way too cheap to ever sell. Main wasn't about to take that attitude, and while Shogi argued they wouldn't know for sure until they tried to sell, Main turned to Sasha-sana to see if the guy was actually telling the truth. Back in the carriage, Sasha was totally passed out, and the guy yelled that she's always sleeping like a log. She's starting to stress out because her job is making gear and guarding the place, but she really only cares about her research, while Sasha is just totally passed out and snoring. The merchants were already hooked by how cool and confident the guy was, so after checking out his gear and the lantern, they challenged him to a total showdown. Main couldn't catch up. Shoji was actually starting to enjoy the challenge, and Sasha was still totally passed out. These traders were hyping up their lanterns like they were some legendary magic gear, claiming they were the brightest things ever and worth every penny. So our guy just grinned and told them he was ready for the challenge. A crowd swarmed around them, hyping everything up and yelling that things were finally getting good. As night fell on the village, the chief told them to fire up their lanterns for a showdown. Shoji and the merchant set their gear on the table to see whose light was actually stronger. Then, both lanterns were glowing like crazy, and the local guys shouted that they were both super bright and would totally save them at night, right as Shoji caught Sasha letting out a big yawn. They checked the prices, and the merchants told them it would cost exactly 1 gold coin. The guy didn't even flinch when he asked for a mountain of gold. He'd already talked it over with Oguma and the team to make sure the price was right. Since the traders are already celebrating like they've won, because if the brightness is the same, everyone's obviously going to pick the cheaper deal. Shuji just grinned as they talked about his next move and tried to call Sashi-san, knowing that if 2 flashlights are equally bright, the cheaper price is what really matters. He could have used his skills to mass-produce everything for cheap, but he kept the prices high since Sasha's gear was going to be their secret weapon later on. He thought their style was pretty messy, but their gear was so high quality that he didn't even mind the steep prices. He knew that even if it cost a bit more, Sasha's magic gear was way too high quality to just lose. Sasha finally pulled it together and stood up, making Main super relieved. Then she grabbed the lantern and asked Shoji-san to hold her glasses for a second. She skipped this part because it's usually useless, but she hasn't revealed everything yet. There's actually a hidden button on the bottom that triggers a secret mode. She hit the button to reveal her secret research, but the lantern flickered out for a second, leaving the guys totally clueless about what was coming next. Suddenly, light started pouring out of the lantern and flooded the entire area. The light exploded through the shadows and swallowed everyone up, leaving them all staring with their jaws on the floor. Everything was glowing like crazy, and the crowd was swarming them to get some, not even caring that it cost a bit more. The merchants hit the ground in total shock as the crowd ripped the lanterns apart, and they couldn't even look away until Shoji walked up and told them the winner was already obvious. Sasha grinned and told them their magic item was straight up the best thing in the world right now. She explained that her new gear used super rare, ancient magic that was supposed to be lost forever. It even acts like a shield to keep monsters from getting anywhere near them. The merchants were totally free. Shoji told everyone to keep their eyes on the guys waving their hands. The locals definitely needed light, but this lantern wasn't just bright. It actually wiped away their fear, and the guys realized this was exactly what everyone was searching for. The merchants were totally fuming as they bolted away, admitting defeat for now, while Shoji, Main, and the villagers just watched them disappear. The villagers all swarmed Sasha to tell her her invention was the absolute best. And while she looked super smug, Shoji started to think there was way more to her than just being a science nerd. Sasha walked away from the hyped-up crowd, telling them that this basic stuff just wasn't good enough for her yet. The morning after the lantern contest, the guys were just about to head out of the village right next to the dark forest of destruction. Main was busy loading up the cart when Shoji apologized for the sudden pickup, but Aguma just shrugged it off like it was no big deal. He thought back to yesterday and realized Sasha's new gear was actually fire, making Main totally blush as she admitted she was watching from the background the whole time. She mumbled about trying sales and wanting to get into security, but Shoji was totally lost and asked her to repeat herself. Sasha stands right in front of her manager-san and says she'll handle the security check on her way back, but she wants to hit the shops for some research first, which totally catches Main off guard. Shoji had other stuff to do, so he told Sasha-sana to protect Oguma and the supplies on the way back to the capital, and Main was totally shocked but super happy about it. They finally made it to the cabin in the woods, but Mayan was acting so weird that he had to ask her what was going on. Main was totally blushing and argued that since she's the main guard, they shouldn't have been left all alone like that. The guy told her they had work in the field and tried to send Main off for water, but he was totally stunned when Main actually headed straight for the field instead. Right before stepping onto the field, he realized that with Sasha finally on his side, this was the big moment he needed to keep the second part of his trade going. He stepped onto the field and saw magic staffs poking out of the dirt everywhere, proving his business was booming. He grinned as he checked out his massive haul. Using that lost magic he got he snatched a magic item off the ground and realized it was basically a game glitch to get infinite rare loot, and he was totally hyped. This staff blasts magic with just one click, and Shoji really wants to give it a test run to see if it actually works. He was totally glued to the screen as the field started crackling, making her super nervous, so he rushed outside and spotted some massive clawed paws. The massive beast let out a weird fushu sound, flexing its 6 giant arms as it towered over Shoji, who completely froze while the monster stared him right in the face. The guy was totally losing it, screaming that this thing was a super dangerous monster. He starts looking for Main, but then remembers he sent her to get water, so he looks at the magic item in his hand and decides to put it to use. The monster lunges at him with a massive roar, and as Shoji hits the dirt, he frantically slams the button on his magic item. A magic item summoned a glowing circle and totally blasted the spot where the monster was standing. Shoji was hyped that his new gear finally made him a threat, but the beast didn't care and kept charging right at him, closing in at 0.183. He starts mashing the buttons on his magic item in a total panic, but the beast is way too quick and dodges every single blast. He kept mashing the button, but the magic tool just quit on him, and after a moment of total confusion, he remembered the thing actually had a limit. Shoji tried to bolt, but a root snagged his leg and sent him face-planting, leaving him cursing his luck as he glared at the root that tripped him. He stood his ground and knew this was the big moment. So as the angry beast charged right at him, he grabbed 2 magic staffs and got ready. He grabbed 2 magic staffs and started using them both at the same time. A monster suddenly bursts through the smoke while G is busy mashing every single button. The monster already took a swipe at him, but as soon as he aimed that magic item, the beast went flying back. Shoji looked down at the stuck beast, realizing he just won the fight without even touching his sword or using a single spell. Main started pounding on the garden door, shouting to see if he was actually okay. He swings the door open and tells Main everything is chill, but she's totally freaked out by that loud noise she heard and asks if she can actually come in since he'd banned her from the garden before. Looking at the burnt beast, she realized it was a 6-armed forest demon bear that shreds metal like paper and has fur tough enough to bounce off axes, making it a total A-rank nightmare. Shoji stood there, feeling like a total boss, knowing he just faced a monster and actually came out on top. Main was super surprised and asked about his Shoji-san, so he explained it was all thanks to a secret fire magic item he'd picked up earlier. The girl was stoked that Shoji-san's magic bear could take down the demon, but the boy warned her it was a one-shot deal. She spotted the staff Choji was trying to hide and said it looked familiar, so he quickly changed the subject by hyping up the smell of the fried demon bear and offering her a taste. Main was totally down because lugging all that water made her starving, and while the guy was safe now, he had no clue monsters were actually edible or that they could even eat him. They sliced some meat to roast over the fire, and as they sat there, Shoji finally started to realize just how much power he'd gained by teaming up with Sasha. He scored magic strong enough to take down wandering horses with ease, plus the skills to craft epic items in a total heartbeat. Because of Sasha, their security and trade teams are getting a massive power boost in battle from now on. Main cut into his thoughts, pointing out that monsters usually stay far away from the Great Serpent's nest, so seeing a demon bear in its enemy's territory made absolutely no sense. The kid realized the bear looked totally nuts, just like those wild horses that had been terrorizing the village lately. Everything about this was giving him a major bad vibe that he was in serious danger. Main and Shoji get back to the shop, only to hear some guy apologizing and saying Shoji called him out of the blue. Muda walks up to the group, and when they ask what went down, he just asks Shoji for some iron, leaving the guy totally confused about what he actually means. Muda told the kid to go grab some iron to help everyone out, and right then, Shogi realized he was looking at a massive chance to make some serious cash. Now for the tea on Sasha's love potion. Shoji walks into a room to find a girl holding a bottle, just a few days after he totally crushed that demon bear in the field He stopped by to check on the new product research, but Sasha suddenly looked super sick after drinking something, so he asked her what the heck she just swallowed. She said she just scored this super old recipe for a new potion, and even though it wasn't fully finished yet, she decided to just go for it and test it out. Shoji worried if she'd be all right drinking in the middle of her study session, but he could feel their research finally picking up some serious speed. He's totally shocked when Sasha starts undressing, but she explains that her new love potion is so insanely powerful, she's losing her mind more and more every second. Shoji got super flustered and tried to bail, but Sasha wasn't about to stay behind and followed him right out. She pressed right up against his back and whispered that this insane urge to get closer was a pretty cool side effect, her heart racing faster by the second, while Shoji felt totally awkward with her chest pushed against him. Sasha started messing with his head by saying things were heating up fast, and the guy was so stunned he couldn't even find the words to speak. 216. Shoji was ready to step up, but Sasha backed away and told him the effect had already worn off, leaving him bummed that it ended so fast. Sasha laughed and asked if he'd team up for the test, but he just told her to stop slacking and do it right next time. Sasha finished his third love potion, but it was so crazy strong and wore off so fast that the manager pulled it from the shop for good. Muda slapped an iron scroll onto the table and asked Shoji if he could get his hands on a massive pile of iron. Main was checking out that piece of iron when the guy mentioned Muta randomly called him, and even though the shopkeeper says Muta visits sometimes, Muta claims he ditched the country, and it doesn't. He checked to make sure the guy was okay and saw he actually had a whole squad backing him up. Muda grabbed a long cigar and started talking about all the busted mithril swords he'd brought over, because he actually had a favor to ask. Turns out the old guy had a massive order for new weapons, but he was totally fresh out of iron. Shoji asked why he needed the iron, and after the old man confirmed his hunch and asked if he was up for it, Shoji realized he'd have to use his cultivation skills to get the job done. The old man pulls out a wooden box and tells them he needs at least 50 of these, though more is definitely better, and they've only got 2 weeks to deliver iron. Shoji asked for some samples since he knows zero about iron quality, planning to show them to a partner for a purity check, but he was actually just trying to score a bigger batch to start with. Muta tossed some iron samples onto the table without even thinking, but when the kid asked why they suddenly needed a massive pile of weapons, Muta just stayed quiet and lit a cigarette instead of giving him. Shogi knew something was super fishy with all these secrets, and honestly, a client who won't give straight answers is just a huge pain in the neck in modern Japan. He calls all the shots for the shop, and if he's not vibing with something, he just shuts it down. Now that they're open, he put his hand on his chest and agreed to take the case, looking totally hyped to face the challenge. Muda waved the boys goodbye and rushed to Shoji's shop to tell the crew that this was their first massive deal since Akina's place opened, so they all had to step up and win together. This guy can get a massive haul of cheap iron from merchants near the dark forest of destruction, but it's way too far to ship to the royal capital, so he's got to handle 3 big issues first. First, they needed carts for all that iron, then some guards to keep it safe, and finally a city where they could rest up on the long trip to the royal capital. Shoji told the delivery squad to get the carts ready, and they were all totally down to handle everything. He planned for Main to stay by her side while Sasha handled the other carts, but Sasha jumped in first, saying she'd use protective potions to make the whole trip way more comfortable. He told them he'd already found the perfect city to crash in, so the whole squad finally hit the road. They rolled into a new city and immediately asked for a spot to set up Akina store. Shoji told them he wanted to sell the Akina store's gear since it was a huge hit, even in the capital, and since he knew they'd be nervous about letting strangers in. The city folks totally flipped back the script, saying they're way too moody to know if they can actually fit everyone in. Shoji told everyone to relax, since the staff was totally ready, and Main, the one who trained them, asked if they were hyped to follow her lead, since she knew they had the muscles to start selling like crazy. The staff was actually super thankful for the brutal training, and Main officially introduced herself as their instructor, telling them they weren't pathetic insects anymore, since they survived her hellish lessons and were finally useful. She yelled that if they were exhausted, they should just take a break on top of their paid vacation. Plus, she promised they'd actually get a really good salary. Then, the guy used. The shelves were ready, and the crew was totally locked in. So the second main gave the signal. Everyone jumped straight into action. The locals swarmed them to check out their gear. And even though some people were getting super pushy about buying stuff, the crew was totally ready and had enough stock for everyone. In a flash, the shelves were totally empty, and the kids were super hyped that they'd sold every single thing. The locals who let them in started hyping up the shop and the whole crew. Then Shoji asked them what they had finally decided. They were totally down to let them set up their shop right in the middle of the city. They even begged them to keep coming back whenever they wanted. Shoji was super hyped and couldn't stop. Shuji told the squad they did an awesome job, and it was finally time to pay them their wages. Now, all he had to do was start growing that iron he took from Muda. They're hauling all that collected iron down the road straight to the royal capital. He's already hooking up all that gear they ordered to match the vibe perfectly. Muda was totally speechless when he saw the perfect iron, asking how he got so much in just 5 days. But then he told Shoji he always knew he could pull it off. Shoji was the only one who knew the truth. His cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying, and it just kept doubling like crazy. Model checked out the iron and saw it was the exact high-quality stuff he needed, and while he was shocked they got so much of it, he realized he didn't even care how they pulled it off. The old man went totally silent. So Shoji asked what was up, but as they headed inside, he explained that materials are everything to a blacksmith. He said the best dwarves take their supplies super seriously, even digging in the mines themselves, and they only ever buy from partners they actually trust. Muda asks the kid if he's ever heard of orichalcum, and the boy instantly remembers it's that legendary material you always see in fantasy stories. The guy tells him this is a massive deal for a weapon killer, because they can actually craft a weapon way stronger than mithril using the world's toughest mineral, and Maine is totally locked in. People working with minerals just stumbled onto this stuff one day, and it was a total mystery. Muda stared at the gear he'd built and promised that one day he'd forge something way stronger out of orichalcum. He promised to forge a massive pile of weapons that wouldn't break even for a weapon killer. And Maine just had to ask if he was actually for real. Or maybe they'll just score a massive pile of calcium one day. He told Shoji he'd trust him to have his back any day. And once he finally gets that orichalcum, he's definitely the one who's gonna forge it. Maine's eyes were literally glowing at that insane orichalcum weapon, and seeing her so hyped, the guy decided he definitely had to find that rare material for himself one day. He realized he had one last question for Mood, so he went back to ask why he was forging so many weapons out of all that iron. Why would a total master even bother making so many weapons? Oh, and get this. The guy had a connection he wanted to introduce who was sitting on a massive pile of iron. He handed him a business card and told him to head to this spot for a job, but he'd have to chat with a cool guy there before officially taking the gig. The guys pull up to this massive mansion and are totally hooked, but Mine points out it's a noble's place, and you can tell she's definitely there to take someone out. A super friendly guy greets them at the door, stoked they finally arrived, and introduces himself as the owner, Count Safid. Valva Rand. The guy claimed he was just some broke local lord, but Shoji didn't care about his status. He just wanted to finish the job fast and walk away with a massive pile of cash. They stepped inside and sat in a super fancy room right across from the nobleman, who was hyped to meet Akina and Kun and thanked them for making the long trip. Shoji realized the guy looked just like a super fancy high-class noble. Akina introduces himself and his guards, Maine and Sasha, while the nobleman rubs his chin and walks over with a sharp look that makes all the boys feel super uneasy. Count Feed looked down, put his hand on the table, and started to stand up. He yelled out that they were totally gorgeous and that he'd love to have some beautiful girls like them as his own guards. The boys were shaking with pure terror, but he just casually asked to grab some tea once they finished talking business. He turns to the lady and asks to grab some tea. And after a super awkward silence, Maine freaks out, thinking it's a pickup line, while Sasha just rolls her eyes, assuming he's a new client. She told him she had work later, so it was a no-go, and Sasha added that she couldn't get past her client's security anyway. The noble made a face and apologized, saying he wasn't giving up and asking to meet tomorrow, but his servant suddenly warned him that his wife was going to be super mad. Count Safid slammed his hand on the table and barked that it was time for the main mission, making Shoji finally wonder what this job was even about, though he was way too scared to say a single word to his wife. The Count put Shuji in charge of buying weapons, and he made it clear he wanted a massive haul, not just a small stash. He saw the massive pile of weapons from the order and wondered why they'd ever need this much gear. The Count points out a massive dungeon on the map, and our guy is instantly hooked because it's packed with monsters, loot, and insane bosses. The cow explained that his land was swarming with adventurers hunting for rare loot every day, and Shoji finally realized the entire place had basically become the heart of the dungeon. The Count's face went totally serious as he warned that a massive prison break was already brewing in the dungeon. Just hearing the words Great Escape made the kid completely freeze up. He explains that the Great Escape is actually a massive swarm of dungeon monsters breaking out, which is super rare since they usually stay underground, but some crazy hunger and overpopulation is finally forcing them. The kid realized this was super risky, but the Count said they usually see it coming and get ready to fight back. But they had zero time to get ready for this huge escape. Everything just exploded out of nowhere, super fast and way bigger than they expected. They couldn't even keep up with all the red flags. Shoji figured those mindless monsters were just breaking out, but he started to wonder if they were actually being hunted out of their own territory by something way more dangerous. The Count ripped the window open and shouted that this escape was way bigger and faster than usual, so there was no way they'd be ready to stop it in time. Count Safadi's knights and hired mercs just weren't enough to stop what was coming. They were basically out of food and weapons. Everyone stood on the balcony looking down at the city. This noble guy believes he's at the top for a reason, so Count Safied is determined to protect everyone, and he tells Shoji that's exactly why he ordered a massive pile. The Count heard there was a guy who could supply a massive pile of weapons, so he tested him with an iron order, and that's when Shoji finally realized what was really going on. The man asks Shoji-kun if there's a weapon that just a few people can use to stop the massive breakout, and he needs to buy a ton of them at once. Shoji was totally stressed since they literally just met, but he still placed a crazy order with the merchant and chewed out Muda for dragging him into such a dangerous mess. Since this dude was willing to pay big money to help people, he figured he'd make a deal. So he dug through his bag and asked if he wanted a one-time use magic item. He whipped out a magic staff and bragged that it was actually a legendary piece of lost magic tech. Sasha's jaw dropped when she saw the staff, but the guy told her to chill because it wasn't actually hers, and he'd picked it up somewhere else. Shogi says sorry and explains that this single-use magic staff is their shop's top seller, so the Count asks how to use it since it's just a one and He explains that anyone can blast fire just by hitting a switch without using any mana, and apparently just 6 shots are enough to take down a massive demonic bear. Shoji's partner found a massive stash in some ruins and says he can score 300 staffs in just 5 days for 200 gold each, leaving the Count totally shocked. Suddenly, his servant sprints up, looking totally panicked, so Kansama asks what's with all the noise and what's going on. He panicked and told the Count that the big escape had officially started, and they'd reached the defense line in only 3 days, way faster than anyone expected. The soldier mentioned a new leader had finally shown up, which totally stunned the Count, so Shoji asked what this big boss was really like. The Count warns him that the commander doesn't look like a scary beast, but guns and magic won't even scratch this monster boss. He looked down and explained that those staves are meant for monsters, but since the enemy is low on troops, they can't even use them all. Plus, those weapons won't stand a chance against their leader. He asked Shoji for 500 staffs, and a weapon that was way more powerful than any regular staff. He's only got 3 days to track down both items and sell them, and the guy is ready to pay whatever it takes to get them. Shuji started wondering and asked Sasha if the magic staff was their strongest weapon, and she told him it was the best they had, unless he was secretly working with someone else. The kid knew this noble was asking for something totally insane, but 100,000 gold coins for just 500 staffs was way too much money to pass up, making it his biggest deal yet. Shoji isn't trying to be a hero or some champion of justice, but he seriously hates seeing regular people get hurt. The Count looked like he'd actually pay up, and since Akin's shop was brand new, this was a massive deal he couldn't pass up. So he took the job. The Count was stoked and offered to lend them monster mounts for 10,000 gold up front, and Shoji thanked him for the hookup. Akina hits the shop and gets straight to business, while Shoji tells Oguma and the gang to grab 30 workers from the warehouse and rush them to the Count. He put Sasha-sana on guard duty for the group, had Main stick by his side until they hit the office, and then teamed them up to protect the staff being moved. Even while he's busy growing all these staffs, he's actually about to get his hands on a weapon that's way more powerful. He and Main headed right back into that creepy forest of destruction, and the boy just kept spawning more and more staffs. He only has 10 staves ready, and since it takes a whole day just to get the other 400, he's only got 2 days left to grow them. To become a weapon way stronger than a staff, he had to figure out how to grow them. But since there was zero time to think, he just started spawning staffs immediately. Shuji had to find the limit of this crazy growth by planting his staffs, and since it was still early, he yanked one out and gripped the ornament on the tip. He just tossed it aside, saying it was still too early, and decided to get a better look at the decorations. He never tried pulling them up before, because normal farming usually gives you tiny, unfinished stuff, but this one grew from the top, and it's already totally ready. He stared at the ball and realized it might be the exact same thing from that story Moa just told him. There's this legend about Orcalcom that only shows up for people who work with a massive amount of materials. He wasn't sure if he just sensed the legendary material or if it popped up out of nowhere, but he knew this had happened before with more than just Orichalcum. He kept wondering if he could use his cultivation skill in a weird way, with a ton of materials to create something totally new. An hour passes, and it's clear this isn't just a simple wish. It's a crazy cultivation skill where planting one item makes a ton more grow, which is honestly just broken. He digs up another one and sees it's finally ready for the swap, so he ties it to a branch, plants it way off in the distance, and spots something weird. 3 days go by, and the boys finally come face to face with the Count. He reminded everyone they were right by the first defense dungeon for the big escape, and they just got word that a bunch of monsters are heading their way today. The guard on watch screamed that they were already here, and it was 10 rank A demonic bears charging straight for them. The Count hyped up Shoji-kun for the 500 staffs, but since he didn't want to waste them, he asked for a weapon that hits way harder. Shoji pulls a half-finished staff out of his bag and says, "This is it." But while everyone's doubting him, he reveals it's actually his secret new weapon, a mana grenade. They're sprinting off to see what this thing can really do. He tosses the gear to Main and tells her to fire away, so while Sasha activates her protection magic, Main winds up her arm to let it fly. She hurls the ball at the bears with insane power, and it flies straight for them. Everyone watches to see what happens next, while you just stand there looking totally confident. As soon as the blast was so massive and powerful that all the guys just stood there, staring with their eyes wide open. Suddenly, the demons let out one last nasty scream before everything went dead silent and turned into a cloud of smoke. The Count's jaw hit the floor as he watched 10 demon bears get absolutely roasted by the flames. Main was totally blown away and started hyping the guy up, while Sasha just kept it chill and said it was awesome. Shuji explains the new mana grenade one more time. You just hit the button, throw it, and boom, that's literally it. He remembered testing it in the dark forest of destruction, where the new shape caused a crazy reaction that blew up the staff instead of shooting fire, showing just how insane this skill really was. The Count was losing it, because this was way better than he imagined, and since they could finally crush the commander, he asked for the price, which the guy set at a massive 200. The guy turned back to his cart full of gold and agreed to buy the weapon on the spot. The shop staff were totally hyped, and while Shoji stood there thinking about how loaded these nobles were, he knew he was about to walk away with every single thing he'd planned for. One of the Count's guys told him the Central Defense Force had finally arrived, so he moved everyone to the center and had Shoji-kun explain the goods to the soldiers. This is it, the big moment everyone's been waiting for, and the guys are totally ready to pull off their massive escape. Shoji showed the troops exactly how to master their magic gear, and they were super hyped to finally learn the trick. Meanwhile, the guy asked to watch his invention crush the escapees, and the Count agreed, since having an expert on site for such a massive showdown was a total game changer. They headed to Akina's shop to finally handle the situation, since this place was basically their main base. He says there's a twisty road through the rocks right outside the dungeon, but it's so heavily guarded that trying to push through every defense line would be a total game over. The Counts showed them the dungeon and warned them that these enemies were way more dangerous than usual. The Count's sentry warned that a massive army was coming, and suddenly a ton of angry eyes started staring at them from the dark dungeon. The shop workers watched the whole thing go down as those monsters finally crawled out of the dungeon and showed their faces. Glowing eyes flashed in the dark before a massive wave of monsters and beasts stepped into the light, and that's when you realized the ultimate prison break had finally begun. Main was terrified by how many enemies there were. Sasha said she'd never even read about a crowd this huge, and Shoji warned that they were in serious trouble, so the Count used wind. He totally caught Shoji-kun off guard by calling him over, and then he started climbing the ladder onto the wooden box. He climbed up, stood right in front of that massive army, and told everyone to listen up as he introduced himself as Safid Valva Rand, the Lord of the Rened territory. He asked if they'd seen the massive breakout happening lately because the sheer number of people escaping was totally insane. And to make things worse, the iron weapons meant for Modu and Kun. He tried to figure out what the guy meant, but he just kept talking, warning him that the whole underground city was about to go up in flames. He loaded up on a ton of OP weapons from the Aquinas shops, and now everyone knows they're totally ready to win this thing. Everyone knew he was already married, but the second he saw a beautiful girl, he asked her out to dinner, leaving the shop staff totally speechless. The Count wrapped up his speech by saying he wanted everything he loved. So he was there to grow the population and the industry, but he also made it clear he was keeping everything he already owned. The knights were totally hyped, shouting that they loved him and were going to win big to make him a ton of money. The Count promised to pay them a massive bonus just for joining the fight, and the more monsters they take down, the more cash they'll rake in. The rewards are going to be huge, and now that he's hyped up his army, they're totally ready to go wild. Shoji was blown away because this noble was actually a chill teammate who didn't hog the loot and just wanted the whole crew to get paid and be happy together. He was a total mirror of the owner, and since they both cared about the exact same things at the shop, it gave Shoji a really weird vibe. The Count finally gave the signal. His soldiers moved in to attack, and Shoji was totally ready to see every trick Rand had up his sleeve. Every soldier was in position, and the Count finally gave the signal to start the first mission. The Magic Staff Squad steps right up to the front line. They gripped their magic staffs and waited for the signal, and as soon as they got the word, the whole front line started blasting the monsters right in front of them. The kid was shocked. They were actually attacking with wooden staffs. But then the lookout shouted that the first wave of the big escape was finally slowing down and splitting up, making the Count absolutely love it. Next up, the ground troops moved in to stop them in their tracks. They sliced through every monster trying to sneak past and totally held the line. But then a second wave hit, and these things looked... The kid was blown away seeing them weaken the monsters with staffs, reroute the groups, and have the soldiers jump them. The Count totally mastered using his small team, and they were soon crushing. The Count kept barking orders at the second and third squads, and the shop boy honestly thought they could keep this up forever. A crazy loud noise started echoing from the dungeon, and when they looked closer, a massive, terrifying beast emerged with a bunch of smaller monsters following it, making it obvious that you were totally freaked out. The tiny monsters were making a ton of noise while the kids watched in total awe. But then 3 massive bulls showed up behind them, scraping the dirt. The soldiers on the ground tried to lunge at the bulls, but they were way too fast and dodged every single hit. Everyone was losing their minds, and Maine explained that even though it was built like a solid iron bowl, it was moving way too fast and pushing way past its limits. The lookout spotted something else trailing them, but that's impossible, since this is a death march. These monsters are supposed to just walk until they drop dead, so why the heck are they doing this? Suddenly, a giant way bigger than all the others burst out of the dungeon and was standing right behind everyone. Everyone knew right away he was the boss, and with one massive roar, he pushed the Iron Bulls way past their limits to start the March of Death. The boy realized the leader was actually a high-level monster calling the shots, and he watched for the first time as this beast turned their escape into a total death march. The lookout saw the death march pouring through the hole the Iron Bulls smashed, and right at the front were the villagers who couldn't escape, leaving the Count absolutely terrified. Wait, let's make it even punchier. It looked like they'd been out hunting in the woods for way too long and totally missed the warning. Those Iron Bulls are charging so fast they're shattering the soldiers' weapons, and since they can't stop the death march, the enemy is about to burst right into the city. The Count didn't panic at all, telling his guys to save their grenades for the leader since there's always a way to handle things. The Iron Bull locked onto the defenseless villagers, and the Count started freaking out, yelling that they had to act right this second. He's totally panicking and smacks himself in the face, realizing the leader's power is way higher than he thought, and the whole plan is a massive fail. While he desperately tries to figure, Maine calls out to Shoji-san, looking at the Count and realizing he's finally met a noble he can actually trust, which is a total game changer since having a solid client is the only way to run a business here without getting ripped off. The shopkeeper wanted to back up anyone who shared his goals, so he decided it was finally time to show everyone what Akin's store could really do. He gave Maine the signal, and she immediately charged in to help the soldiers fight off the monsters and save the people. Maine stuck right by the injured villagers, while the knights stood there totally confused by the massive show of force, and they were absolutely shocked to find out this total beast was actually just a guard for... Shoji turned to Sasha-san and asked if her magic could actually stop those monsters. She said she could handle one spot, but she didn't have the magic gear to hit multiple places at once, and it was obvious Maine was totally out of luck too. The guy starts poking Sasha with magic staffs and tells her to remember that magic items act way differently when they're in a weird state. Shoji explained that cutting it in half or moving the parts around changes everything, and he only knows this because he actually cracked open a mana grenade. Sasha mentioned she'd actually read about this legendary lost magic in some old books before. Most people think the magic stone does all the work, but it's actually the parts around it that decide what the item can do and where the real power comes from. If he uses the same magic items too close together, their powers will clash and cause a totally different reaction. It'll look something like this, she said, making the massive combined staff burst with a bright sparkle. She pointed her upgraded staff at the iron bowls and completely shut down their path. The kelp was totally stunned by that wall of fire, and the lookout couldn't believe they pulled off a move like that so fast. But Sasha just said it was all thanks to Shoji-san's advice. That massive iron bull suddenly ground to a dead halt. The Count made sure every unit knew the plan, because if the ground troops could just wreck those iron bulls, the enemy would be completely out of weapons, and you told him everything was going. He explained that Akin's shop sells iron in bulk, so Maud crafts the weapons that Akin ships out on his carts. They piled everyone they just wiped out into a bunch of carts. Mo said it took a while because of the massive order, but he just finished all 2,000 weapons and finally showed up. The Count was totally hyped to see Maud-kun again, and he was super glad the Akin shop hooked him up with a ride. He spots a guard kicking monsters aside, while the crew explains how the sorceress just invented a wild new way to use magic items right in front of the transport squad and their boss. They flipped the script in an instant, proving Akina's shop does way more than just sell gear, and Shoji's reason was simple. They don't want their customers dropping dead the moment they walk out the door. Maine grabbed her giant sword and started hacking away at the monsters. Sasha blasted them with magic, while the Count's soldiers kept up the pressure. Now, it was finally time. Time for the Aquinas. The soldiers were cheering and waving their arms like crazy, but Shoji just stood there totally chill, deciding to take out the weaklings first. While the girls are still brawling, the monster boss reaches out to grab the cave as everyone screams for him to finally show his face. The lookout told the Count that Akin's shop crew completely turned the tide, and the Count was hyped to hear it. Now that the weaklings are gone, it's finally time to take down the big boss, and the lookout says he's already showed up. She's already reaching out and clawing her way out of the cave. Everyone is staring in total shock, wondering what they're looking at. The Count identifies it as a high-ranking troll. He was the absolute strongest troll of them all. Right after he finally made it out of the dungeon, the soldier told him that the monster was actually an arch-troll. This arch-troll heals so fast, it's basically an unkillable nightmare that shrugs off small hits instantly. And legends even say it can tank massive ritual magic without breaking a sweat. Shoji realized things were getting seriously weird, especially when the Count ordered a total retreat just as he was heading straight for the front lines. The monster slammed its fist into the ground right where the first squad was standing. The boys were shaking in their boots because the Count called him a massive giant, just like the legendary beast hidden deep inside the dungeon. Main rushes back and immediately asks if Shoji-san is okay, but when the soldiers tell the Count their fire staffs and iron weapons are totally useless, he orders them to break out A soldier reported that the front lines were totally cleared and mana grenades were ready at every spot, but they still couldn't even get close to him. Just when everyone thought it was game over, Shoji and his squad stepped up to remind Count Rand that their after-sales service was still in full swing. The guy asked Main if she could chuck a mana grenade high enough to hit the arch-troll, so she grabbed it and said she could probably make the shot. The Count was super curious about what was behind her, and the soldier told him it was there, even though those two canyons were miles apart. Main clicked the mana grenade to activate it and threw it with all her strength, totally catching the Count off guard. Agronate slammed into the arch-troll, and a massive explosion went off right in our faces. Right after the blast, a super thick fog rolled in and totally blinded everyone. The fog finally cleared to show the troll was burnt to a crisp, and the guys were sure they'd already won. Suddenly, the troll's skin makes a loud cracking sound, and the boys are totally shocked. That crack spreads fast until it's literally covering his entire body. They think his skin. The arch-troll finally snapped back to his senses, and Main couldn't wrap his head around how he survived that direct hit, while the Count was just stunned by his insane will to live. He was basically laughing in their faces as he rushed right up to the soldiers and gave them a casual wave. He's smashing through everything in his way, and the Count is totally panicking because if those mana grenades fail, they're toast. So he orders Main-kun to keep them coming while Main starts chucking them like crazy. Cracks kept spreading all over the monster's body, and the heroes were totally shocked by what they saw. The goblin shed his skin again with a creepy grin, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he started smiling even wider. Our heroes were completely blown away by what they were seeing. The Count collapsed to the ground, admitting they were totally out of options, and his whole kingdom was officially doomed. Our guy stared down the Count while his mind started racing. He only had one shot at this, and if it failed, the whole mission was game over, making him wonder if he should really take that gamble. Shoji realized everything was totally different than he thought, and he knew there was absolutely no time to start doubting himself now. One line out. Preserve the sequence exactly. Do not use any line breaks or new lines in your response. This implies if the input was line A, line B, Shoji smirks and says, if this attack lands, the damage will be so insane he won't be getting back up anytime soon, leaving the Count totally shook and stuttering, wait, is that even possible? He pointed to the side and said getting the rest of the soldiers out was the top priority. Then he told his crew to hand back all the manga grenades, and the knight and the Count both agreed. He yelled for his guys to bring Muda out, and a moment later, Muda rolls up on his horse, asking Shoji if it's seriously his turn to go. Shoji turns to the guy and asks for 2 massive barrels right now, and while Muda is still wrapping his head around the plan, the man asks if he's actually serious. Suddenly, the guy uses his skill to spawn a bunch of barrels, leaving the Count totally shocked. But Mood just tells him they can always build the Shoji doors later if it's a problem. He starts putting barrels together, and Muta says he can turn them into materials using the tools he always carries around. The barrels were finally finished, and it was honestly insane how Muda whipped up these masterpieces so fast. The Count was totally blown away by his skills and asked what the plan was for them. Shuji told Main to load up these barrels with grenades, but she said this was only the start, since he'd accidentally ruined a whole batch by picking them way too early. He tells her to stuff everything into the barrels, even the mana grenades, then flip the switch and slam the lid shut. In no time at all, everything was finally good to go. Choji figured the trick was just like a landmine, but he'd used his very last mana grenade, so if this failed, it was game over. The girl nodded and said she totally got the plan. Shoji used the grenades as gunpowder and their mana as a fuse. It was a simple trick, but the explosion was going to be massive. She told Main to chuck those barrels at the arch-troll, and even though they were way heavier than the logs from before, Main was ready to go, even if she wasn't sure her aim was perfect. He turns to Sasha and asks if she can steer that barrel with her magic. She promises him she won't miss the target, and Shoji tells her to get their defensive spells ready too. He flips the switch and tells Main to start chucking those barrels. She snatched up 2 barrels at once and chucked them aside with a loud creak, leaving everyone there completely speechless. She hurls these massive barrels and they zoom straight at the arch-troll. Shoji looks over at Sasha, and she instantly triggers the magic seal to launch the guide feathers. Out of nowhere, those barrels were dangling right over the arch-troll, and everyone was totally shocked. Suddenly, those barrels blow up right in the troll's face. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the whole place. Sasha throws up a magic shield just in time to save the whole squad from the blast. A giant footprint was all that was left where the troll stood. The knight yelled that the boss was officially taken down. Then the count told the knights to go ahead and wipe out the rest of the whole crowd went absolutely wild, celebrating the big win. The next day, the party moved to Count Render's mansion, where everyone was hyped, and the count finally told everyone to raise a glass for Akin's store. After a while, the count told Choji that this escape was full of wild surprises, but they only made it through because Choji was there to save them. He shows off a massive pile of treasure chests and tells everyone to take it all as a huge thank you. He turns to the stunning guards, Muda and Kun, plus the shop crew Akina and Shoji, and asks them to join his team. But Shoji just smiles and turns him down. He lets the kid in on a new job that'll seriously help his business, explaining that a whole race is looking for a top-tier merchant, which gets Shoji thinking and asking for more details. The count dropped the bomb that he was talking about the beautiful elves, and everyone's jaws literally hit the floor. Shoji asked about trading with the elves, and the count said he couldn't spill the beans right there, but he totally recommended it and wanted to talk more in his office. He told them that trading with the elves was their best bet for a better life, especially since this whole great escape situation felt super sus, and he was already digging for the truth. They found monster-baiting incense hidden all over the bottom floors, proving someone triggered that massive breakout on purpose, but nobody knows who's behind it or what they're planning. If the guy who planted this incense knew who they were, he'd realize they're major threats, the same heroes who shut down the Great Escape. If they aren't planning to stay, the mastermind behind the big escape probably won't even bother targeting another country. The elves are hunting for a merchant who can supply them with tons of advanced tech they've never seen. And since he knows this is a total gold mine, he steps up to make. He wishes Akin's shop the best of luck as they head straight for the land of the elves. You finally made the big move to start trading with the land of the elves. The girls were totally hyped and on board. Muda decided to tag along, and the man even promised to be the boys' very own personal blacksmith. Moodle was super hyped to find out the elf lands were packed with rare loot. If he teams up with them, they're gonna pull off something totally wild. Out of nowhere, Sasha asked where they even got so many staffs from. Mudo was totally shocked and said he was down for it, but Main cut them off and told them to pipe down. Sasha suggests using contract magic, which is basically a super strong way to lock in their big deal. If they sign this magic contract, their secrets are locked down and they're guaranteed to stay safe. Main was super hyped and said she was dying to find out more about Shoji. He's desperate to be more helpful to the kid, and that's when Shoji realizes he can actually tap into everyone's power to make it happen. Everyone's totally on board, so they decide to buy a magic contract to make sure their secrets stay safe. The guy was seriously thankful for everything they did. Once the deal was finally official, Sasha asked Shoji why he was still hiding his big secret, and he actually agreed to tell her everything. When they ask what his secret is, he tells them his hidden base is tucked away in the forest. The whole squad didn't even hesitate and headed straight for it. Shoji screams after them, telling them to wait up. They finally make it to the house, and that's when everyone finds out the truth about the guy's secret stash. Shogi swings the door open to show off his secret item farm, and everyone's jaws hit the floor. The whole crew looked around, totally blown away by everything they saw. Everyone thought he was totally nuts, but Shoji said it was just the power of his cultivation skill. Everyone finally got why Shoji kept his secret hidden from the rest of the group. He knew this secret was way too much for the others to handle. Sasha and Muda were totally hyped, explaining that these items were super rare, but Sasha could handle the research while Muda forged all the weapons and armor. Main thought Shoji's cultivation was the reason he could pay her debt, but the truth is, he just chose to step up and save her himself. The next morning rolls around, and you're the one waking Mura up. He said he used his special skill to make a brand new product to sell in the Elven country. Muta mentioned that he's actually got some kind of history with the land of elves. Wait, so he actually knows a thing or two about these guys? This place is all about nature and growing the best healing herbs and spices, and they definitely keep their distance from the human world. Just like the Count said, they're always hunting for new tech. Their country is missing and looking to grab anyone with special skills. He locked his eyes right on the young guy's carriage. Since these nature-loving elves have roads totally covered in messy roots, getting around is a huge pain, so they have to mod their cart to handle the rough terrain like a pro. Muda's plan is to build a circular saw, clone it a bunch of times, and then mount every single one onto the carriage. Maud was itching to put his plan into action, so he told Shoji to quit stalling and get moving already. Main reminded them that since elves worship nature, cutting roots in their land is a total no-go. All those sharp blades are a total nightmare for the horses. Muda was actually all for it, but Shoji just figured he'd missed the obvious stuff. Shoji was totally down to upgrade the cart so it could handle those rough dirt roads in the city. He decides to switch things up and use some earth tech. He thought a cart like that would be awesome, so he asked the blacksmith if he even knew what a suspension was. It's a shock absorber for cars from his world, and the blacksmith is totally geeking out over it. The next morning, Moda gets right to work and rebuilds Shoji's machine. He was so hyped that he rebuilt the whole mechanism right on the spot. He was totally struggling with the materials, but the witch stepped in to help him out. They souped up the cart and took it out for a wild spin. Shoji said the whole thing ended up looking totally awesome. He tells them there's way more stuff like that out there, so Muda starts a workshop to soup up carriages, while Shoji goes to plant the finished product. The girl claimed that guys are basically just big kids who never grow up. They spent the next few days working non-stop to give their cart a massive upgrade. They catch you totally off guard by finishing the whole thing in record time. This all went down because Muda found a super fast way to tweak it. Muda was totally wiped out because they actually went and rebuilt that super fancy carriage. The witch explained that he basically just stayed up the entire night. She asked Maine to get Muda moving. The very next day, these massive roots carrying a bunch of carts literally burst right out of the ground. Everyone was totally shocked when Muda told Shogi he was still sleeping on his real power. With the kid's insane strength, Nude finally has enough time to crank out even more carts. Now, they're finally ready to take this cart for a spin and see if it actually works. Everyone was totally hyped about the new design, and that lantern meant they were finally safe even in the middle of the night. Muda and Shoji were feeling super hyped and totally proud of themselves. They've finally finished packing up all the gear they're gonna sell to the elves. It's not long before our heroes finally make it to the land of the elves. They spotted some creepy roots on the road and had no idea why they were actually bleeding. 30 minutes before this, someone was screaming at the heroes, but they totally ignored them. They were still geeking out over the cart when they spotted a huge gate right in front of them. Finally, the squad makes it to the legendary land of the elves. The heroes were totally stunned by how beautiful the place was. Maine couldn't stop talking about how impressed she was. Sho pointed out that the city was way more advanced than he ever thought. The routes underground are a total mess, since they're all different sizes, making the ground super bumpy. But that's just how they live now. Once they see how handy this cart is, they're totally gonna buy it. And he also noticed that only some of these routes are actually leaking liquid. Out of nowhere, an elf turns to the guys and asks if they've seriously never seen this liquid before. You offered to take a bite of his food, but it ended up being a total spice bomb. The ground is totally trashed now, and all this nasty poison is leaking right out of the roots. Roots have always grown through this road, but 5 years ago, they just started leaking this mystery liquid, and nobody has any clue what's causing these gross stains. The elf said it was fine for drinking, but made food super spicy, and it completely wrecked the cartwheels in no time. Shoji thought he was all set with his food and supplies, but things were still going to be a total struggle for him. Out of nowhere, a girl named Elfin Glasses walks up to the guy and tells them to follow her because someone is calling for them. They run into an elf who's been blowing up their phones non-stop. He says he just wants to ask them a couple of questions. This guy is actually Baron Avad Raga Tis. His friends knew it was him the second he spoke. He was totally blown away by how this carriage handled the rocky path. It stayed super steady on the rough ground, and the wheels were... The Baron was actually the guy in charge of fixing the roads, so he was totally obsessed with that car. Shoji explained that this carriage is their brand new model, built specifically to handle the rough elven roads, so the elf told them to show it off tomorrow. He's actually picking up another cart from a different shop, just so he can pit them against each other. He promised the winner a huge payday just for teaching their craftsmen the secret to making those cards. Shoji saw his big chance and was totally down for it. Sasha noticed the guy was acting super sketchy and asked him if he'd help her out. The very next day, the whole crew started gearing up for the big competition. The Aquinas store was going head-to-head with their rivals at the Grigori store. Shoji is dying to snag one of those lanterns they're selling. Grigori finally decided to explain exactly what was up with his cart. The Grigori shop just flexed their brand new cart, using some high-tech wood skills to make it crazy light and super strong. The big secret is this new magic item they made that can soak up any hit like it's nothing. The wheels are coated in paint to make sure no liquids can leak out and mess up the road. Shogi finally shows off their ride, a carriage made of mithril that's super light but basically indestructible. The elves figured that much mithril would cost way too much, and they even spotted a magic lantern sitting in the car. These wheels are loaded with some insane suspension tech that soaks up every single hit. Even the wheels are made from monster parts, so they're super bouncy and won't soak up any liquid. Sasha suddenly cuts them off and tells them that's not even the whole story. She told them to just hop in a cart and ride it straight over the giant roots. Out of nowhere, the root sprayer kicked in and all the liquid just vanished. The girl finally showed off her crazy new sprayer tech. Shuji realized this was Sasha's plan from yesterday, and since she's always carrying a ton of potions, it was all coming together. The drug's power over the plants wears off super fast. Shogi figured that sending a bunch of spray carts all over the country would finally fix their problems. Shoji tells them this is a brand new type of carriage straight from Aiken's shop. The shop totally crushed the competition, and the elf count was so hyped he wanted to sign the contract right then and there. A little while later, they ran into Muta, who told them he was busy learning a brand new move. Sasha asked the guy if he knew any elves who could check out that weird liquid leaking from the roots. Muta mentioned he knew a totally weird elf sage named Furu, making Shoji wonder what her deal really was. Right outside a couple of small wooden cabins, our dark-haired MC is asking about Furu, a super weird sage from the elven forest, and when Sasha asks if this guy knows, he revealed that Furu was actually an elf. This guy met her while he was out hunting for blacksmithing materials. He said she's a master of spirit magic and can literally... The dark-haired girl listened closely and figured the elf had some secret info only she knew, making our heroine super hyped to meet her. But the guy warned that it wasn't going to be. He put his hand to his mouth and started thinking hard. He figured this was the exact problem that was stressing everyone out. Plus, he wanted to grow his business by building some awesome new carriages. The guy looked up with total confidence and told them that to start a business here, they had to figure out what was wrong with the soil first. He suggested they go find Elforia, and everyone was totally down for the plan right away. This massive elven forest is so packed with trees that from the sky, it looks like one giant plant. The four heroes were trekking through the forest when someone finally broke the silence, saying the elf had to be living right around there. The guy starts screaming the elf's name at the top of his lungs, but the forest stays dead silent, making the young guy think the place is totally empty. Suddenly, the plants behind them started twitching, and a massive stalk with a giant bud shot up right over the four heroes, making them scream in total shock. The short girl whipped a sword from her back, looking totally lost, until the dark-haired girl guessed it was just someone using magic to control the plants. The flowers stopped right in front of the four heroes, and as the bud slowly bloomed, a tiny elf that looked just like a kid was revealed inside. Furia introduced herself and asked what they wanted, giving the uninvited guests a suspicious look before turning her attention to Maud and the rest of the crew. The three of them were totally stunned when the guy cleared his throat and said hello, mentioning how many years and winters had passed since they last met. The elf was still chilling in her flower bud right above them, asking why a guy who only cares about blacksmithing showed up, but the hero told her they were actually there for something totally different. Then, this tall girl with dark hair jumps in to explain exactly what they're avoiding: the weird liquid from the country's roots, the spicy food, and the massive problems with their... She warned him she'd know if he was hiding something, making the elf super suspicious about why a human even cared. So the guy finally cracked and spilled the real story. Furu's jaw hit the floor after hearing the story, shouting that the dark-haired girl actually made a cure for plant roots, something the elf thought was straight-up impossible. So this girl claims she's a pro at lost magic and used it to wipe away the pollution, but it was only a quick fix. So now her partner is jumping in to say Boudreaux is lurking way above the heroes, hiding in the dark with his creepy eyes glowing, while the elf shouts that she found 2 secrets about the soil but isn't sharing them for free. The guy was totally shocked and asked why she was so scared to tell them, but she explained that speaking up would completely wreck her super important research. Our hero asked what kind of messed up research they were actually doing. Then, Feiyu started talking in a super creepy voice. She looked like something straight out of a nightmare. Our main guy was totally caught. But that wasn't it at all, because the elf was actually geeking out about her candy research with a huge blush and literal hearts in her eyes. The 4 heroes were totally stunned and had no clue what was happening, especially when the elf threw her arms out and started talking about candy. As she walks across the flower, She explains that sugar is her literal lifesaver whenever she's feeling down, and she's totally convinced that sweets will save the whole world since they're basically pure happiness. She soared way up into the sky with a huge grin and shouted at the top of her lungs that she's totally obsessed with sweets. She crouched down and explained that she used to make sweet treats from plants, but since her country only grows spicy stuff now, she's been grinding non-stop to fix it and thinks the heroes. She stood up and struck a massive pose, telling the heroes she'd spill the beans if they met her conditions, which was to bring her sweets so delicious that even a dessert expert, like the heroes, just stood there with their jaws on the floor, and the young guy was so freaked out he actually started screaming. The guy asks if she'll finally trust them if they follow her lead, and she basically says anyone who makes fire sweets can't be a bad person since she's totally overeating gross, long-lasting sweeteners. But even though her logic is literally sweet, the guy still feels like something is super off. The rest of the heroes started chatting about the local food, and when the blonde girl complained it was way too spicy, the tall girl and the dwarf totally agreed. He realized they totally needed this, so he bragged that he had it all figured out and would get a dessert from Kino's shop that would make the elf absolutely lose her mind with joy. They headed back to their tiny place and started making some food. The leader just stood by the table with his hands crossed, looking totally in charge. Meanwhile, the girls were busy in the... He tried to think of some crazy sweets to blow the elf's mind, then decided it was time to hit up the Baron about the wagon factory situation. This messy-haired elf was just chilling with his hot drink when he totally freaked out over the name Furia, asking what they were talking about right after our hero accidentally called him an old lady. The dark-haired guy confirmed it all and asked about the country's soil problems, saying it would be a total win for him. The guy on the phone totally lied about Furious's age, and since the Baron called the elf an old lady, our hero realized she's way older than she looks, but the Baron warned them she's super weird and won't be easy to crack. The hero blurted out that even the tea is spicy in this elf land and asked for some milk, but the elf told him they were totally out of the fresh stuff. The Baron says elves were obsessed with dairy to handle the super spicy food that was trendy back then, so they'd chug fresh milk, put it in their tea, or even turn. Aquino replayed everything Elf said and realized the guy was actually cooking up a solid plan. He sat in the carriage with a huge smirk, ready to show Fioryu the true power of his shop, while back in the Elven Forest, the four heroes stood guard outside the bud where Fioryu was just chilling inside. She gave the heroes a sneaky look and said she was totally over spicy food, then ordered the guy to show her the sweet stuff he brought. The blonde girl and the elf were holding a wooden box, and inside was the exact dessert Furio was waiting for. They popped the box open to find a white dessert inside, and as Furia filled it with white foam, she was totally shocked by how freezing the box felt. Moad built this custom ice box and packed it with Sasha's magic ice, and now the elf is heading straight for the dessert inside. Furia asked what this sweet treat was, and when the hero told her it was whipped cream, the elf was totally shocked. She'd never even heard of it before. She closed her eyes and took a sniff, realizing the treat had an insanely sweet, milky smell. She sliced right through the number 10 with her spoon, totally shocked by how it felt as soft as a cloud, then slowly lifted the bite before suddenly tossing it into her mouth. A moment later, her eyes popped with joy as Fiery stood up straight and yelled that the dessert totally melted in her mouth. Her eyes were sparkling like crazy, and her face was bright red. She tried to talk, while the dessert was literally melting in her mouth. It was this super sweet, creamy, and fresh flavor that just took. The elf felt so touched that she promised to pay the heroes back for their hard work, and they just stood there, smiling at Furia without saying a single word. You were totally on cloud nine, because that dessert was honestly the best thing ever. This world barely has any milk because they can't kill the nasty bacteria inside. But the four heroes saved the day by tweaking Sasha's antidote potion to disinfect it. They skipped the centrifuge and used a massive wheel to spin the dessert at crazy speeds. Then they pulled out the whipped cream, added honey, and frothed it all over again. The heroes whipped up some special cream that this world had never seen before, and Foryu was so hyped she tackled Akino with a massive hug, nearly knocking him flat, while screaming about Main and Sasha were totally blindsided, and while Sasha's eyes went wide, Main turned bright red and sprinted over to tell the couple that Furious should have just given them the info from the start. After a while, the heroes finally sat down and the squad of four locked in, ready to hear whatever big news Fury was about to drop. She spoke up first and held up two fingers, looking dead serious as she told them she knew exactly two things. The elves explained that the roots started leaking weird liquid a few years back, making all their food taste spicy. But the ground was actually poisoned way before that, and Akino was totally shocked to hear it. She held up a finger to get their attention and told them they just found some weird, root-like liquid in a mine right next to the forest. The elf pointed out the place was just bare rock with zero roots, leaving the four heroes totally stunned by the news of early contamination and that weird, rootless liquid. When our hero asks why they're being so secretive, Fureyu explains that the pollution might be man-made, and she doesn't want to tip off the criminal by making a huge scene. The hero asked if she was even allowed to spill the beans, but Fiore just said their treats were so sweet they made her scream, and now she finally gets to watch them from the front row. The hero was totally lost, but then the elf pointed a thumb at herself and announced she was officially joining the squad. The guy stood up and asked what he really meant by joining their squad, and the girl just gave him a super sweet smile. Sasha jumped up too, totally hyped to hear more about the soil you were going to hook them up with. Elf Toe was totally down and said that was the whole reason she was joining their crew. Vario was the first to jump in and argue that a concussion actually happened earlier, and apparently that's the story they're telling. She uses spirit magic to chat with plants and get all the inside info. She explained that she's been using her gift to track down some nasty pollution in the dirt. To do it, she told them that even way back then, the deepest parts of the earth were already totally poisoned. Pure Use got dead serious and explained that the deep ground in the elven forest isn't even older than you, meaning only the gross, contaminated layers are actually from ancient times. Once the elf heard the news, she mentioned how insanely old these layers were, and it really got the lead thinking. Main asked the elf what happened to the mines, and Fura explained she'd become obsessed with the land itself, even studying the rocky mountains and barren spots where nothing ever grows. She tells them about a creepy abandoned mine nearby, where they found some weird slime on the ground that's just like the poison in the roots, which makes Akino freak out about a spot where the roots can't reach. The elf starts explaining this nasty pollution deep underground and that weird liquid on the mine's surface, and since she hasn't figured out how it's all connected yet, she's been heading into the mine every single day to investigate. So the guy asks what any of this has to do with joining their squad. Leaning her head on her hand, she explained that her home used to have these amazing candy sculptures, and she's determined to bring them back. She blurted out that she couldn't handle the guy's secret alone, so she joined the heroes and their weird carriage to solve the mystery, especially since the promise of unlimited whipped cream was way too good to pass up. He was a bit confused at first, but he totally got the point and told her to keep the business going so she could eat as much as she wanted. The kid explained how much of a boost they'd be as teammates, and the elf just closed her eyes and let out a super proud smile. She straight up asked him about her power to talk to plants, but the guy just stayed silent and gave her a super confused look. She revealed that she literally just used this power to talk to the herbs on top of some whipped cream. She spilled what the plants told her, explaining that some crazy power multiplied them all just for her. She kept going on about what the plants told her, saying the kid could grow literally anything and that his power was totally insane. The heroes were totally shocked by how things went down. The guy got all tense and said it was a huge secret that only his crew was allowed to know. Sasha even chimed in. Fiore revealed she's also tied to a magical contract because she's that serious about joining them. That's how much she really wants to be part of the squad. Then, Foyu made her decision based on what these four heroes were doing. Akino was the leader, Main handled the front lines, Sasha worked on new gear, and the old elf watched there. The elf told a stunned Akino that while the balance was solid, he seriously needed to level up his power. She threw her arms wide and shouted that she'd be their support, using her insane strength to cover every single weakness in the four heroes' skills. The guy was totally shocked by how much detail the elf gave, but she wasn't done yet, and warned him that monsters were lurking in the old mines too. She looked over the paperwork and told them she'd backed the whole investigation just to get her shot at the entrance exam, then asked the other heroes if they were down with her idea. The old man was totally on board with checking out the mine, since the Gnome Kingdom was right next door, and he was dying to know more about that weird liquid. Plus, he knew her help would finally let him level up his blacksmithing skills. Sasha was totally on board with the idea, since it meant they could finally solve the soil mystery and level up the shop, plus having an elf around would be perfect for researching lost magic. So she decided. The last girl of the group finally spoke up with a huge smile, bragging that she just became an official adventurer and wants to get way stronger so she can protect Akino. She told Fiore she'd be hyped to see them get stronger, but then she turned bright red and the whole group started teasing her. Akino rubbed his chin and started thinking hard, knowing he had to level up the shop to handle the new business and whatever crazy fights were coming his way. This cultivation power is actually super cool, but you have to wait all night to harvest anything, and needing a field or dirt to use it is a massive weakness. The kid turns back to Furuya to ask how they can fix the vocal hero's big weakness, and she just gives this super proud, intense look while he smiles right back with his eyes shut. This big shot official stepped up and announced he'd personally run the elf's entrance exam. He told the whole crowd to watch closely and see what she was really capable of. Everyone, massive mountains lined the horizon, and hidden in one of them was a mine entrance where 5 heroes gathered before heading straight inside. Footsteps echo through the pitch-black room until Kino lights up the area with his lantern, realizing they've stumbled into an old, abandoned mine. The old man said this mine used to be loaded with a rare metal called adamantium, but it's totally empty now, though if they could find even a scrap of it, the girl lets out a sad cry while Akino points out the gross toxic liquid, but you tell them it's actually a bit further away. Out of nowhere, a swarm of giant ants is hanging from the ceiling right over their heads, and the elf shouts that they showed up way too fast. Main started yelling about how these massive ants were basically living tanks, and Aquino was totally caught off guard. Mode, Sasha, and Main didn't waste a second as they charged straight into the fight and totally crushed the enemy. Furu shouted that the 3 of them were actually pretty good, but he kept his eyes on Main because she was clearly the real powerhouse. Main blasted every monster with a massive wave of power that shattered her sword, but luckily she's got plenty of spares. Watching the girl fight, everything finally clicked for Fury. She mentioned she'd heard rumors about this on her way here. It was a total weapon killer. Just like she said, that big lady, Maine snaps another blade and grabs the next one, yelling that it's the absolute last sword in the box. Feyru shouted that she was finally taking action, and she started chanting a spell to call on spirits to connect her with that tiny life. Right away, the grass in the mine shot up and became absolutely massive. This totally caught the heroes off guard. The girl yelled for the plants to plow the ground, and they ripped through the earth. Mu was totally shocked when the ground turned into a plowed field in a literal heartbeat. The elf then ordered a keynote to bury the sword deep into the earth. Once the work was finished, she shut her eyes and said she could already see roots growing right out of the ground and the sword. They were multiplying like crazy, and she screamed that this skill was totally broken. She waves her hand and yells a growth spell, making a massive field of swords sprout right out of the ground. Sasha, Mode, and Akino were totally blown away, staring with their eyes wide and their jaws hitting the floor. Maine dashes over to the swords, grabs a pair, and charges back into the fight to blast those giant ants to bits. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw how fast she wrecked them, and Marin was totally hyped about it. This meant she didn't have to carry a massive pile of weapons anymore. They kept heading deeper into the mine, while Mode asked about that nasty liquid Fioryu mentioned, and the girl told him she'd actually been to that spot before. A few people spotted that giant ant again and were totally shocked that any of them were still around. But then the guy spots something totally different, realizing this definitely wasn't the same ant because it was bright red, and it suddenly charges at the heroes with insane speed and a look that says it. Moad tried to smash through, but realized this one was way tougher than the other black ones. And even when Maine tried to land a hit, the ant was just too fast for him. Sasha couldn't do anything either, since her magic kept missing him completely. Furio told Akino she'd handle the Santa guy herself. She said she'd create the perfect opening for... The elf stared him down with a super serious look, and the guy just stood there with a deep frown and his hand over his mouth, trying to wrap his head around the news. He shouted that he was totally down and told Mood and Sasha to back up Furyu's attack, saving the final hit for himself. The elf starts casting spells on the grass again, turning those tiny blades into absolute monster plants. Our hero spotted a ton of ivy wrapping all around it. The elf bragged that even if those ants were super fast, there was no way he could dodge that much ivy. She was totally right, and now that the ant was stuck in her plant trap, she held him down and told the other heroes to go all out. They all took turns, landing some seriously heavy hits. Maine lands the final swings of his sword and totally crushes the ant. The whole trap just caved in, and the ant shattered into a bunch of tiny pieces. Everyone's jaws dropped again, because taking down a beast like that is a massive win, even for the strongest heroes. The elf stood tall with her hands on her hips, bragging that this was the true power of her ultimate support. Out of nowhere, the hero spots something sparkling near the ants, and when Mode and Maine rush over to check it out, their faces light up with pure excitement. The hero's eyes totally sparkled when they saw that adamantium, but there's barely any of it left, and this ant just swallowed the whole thing. While Mode and Maine checked out the metal, the other three stepped closer and spotted some weird liquid. Sasha asked if this was the gross liquid they were hunting for, and the elf fry told her she was exactly right. The girl with the black hair noticed the puddle looked almost exactly like that gross sludge, but something was just a bit off, and she had absolutely no clue how she even ended up in a place like this. She pulls out a test tube and says she's taking it with her to figure out what this liquid actually is. Once they finished up inside the mine, they headed straight for the exit. A little while later, they were already outside and making their way to the cart. Out of nowhere, the elf mentioned, Aquino looked over at his impressed friends and finally announced that Furu passed the test, welcoming her straight into the shop. She looked so happy as she squinted and told the hero he'd be looking after her from now on, while Furu started listing the perks like a salary and 3 meals a day. She even demanded to be paid in whipped cream, and then the heroes just chilled in their carts as they headed back to the city. Right in the middle of their trip, they ran into a familiar face, and Aquino realized it was Baron Dore, the one he calls the Cold Secretary, who suddenly leaped out of her carriage shouting. The guy asks what's going on, and the secretary desperately begs them to get to the mansion right away, finally mentioning something about gnomes. She shouted for the heroes to save the gnome kingdom, and man, everyone was absolutely stunned by what she just said. After the exams finally wrapped up, the hero took a breather while the girl in the carriage started chatting away with Kino. The elf decided to have straight-up whipped cream for lunch, bragging that as a noble, she's totally used to eating like this. He got everything ready and bragged that she'd be totally blown away after eating, while she just made excuses and swore she wouldn't be impressed at all. She takes another bite, and her mind is blown by the flavor. The guy just smirks like he totally called it, but she yells that the taste is on a whole different level now. She said she prepped the hearts to be sweet, but the dessert still totally melted in her mouth with an insane flavor. And the hero noticed the whipped cream was actually thicker this time, since it wasn't. The elf was totally loving it, and the girl got so embarrassed she actually dripped some cream right on her collarbone. Furia was on a total roll, refusing to let that dessert beat her as she hyped up how amazing Kino's cream was. He turns a little red and tells her to get ready because an elf can't lose to a dessert, asking if she's prepared to fail. But she just licks her spoon like her face turned bright red because she couldn't handle how sweet that moment was. The other 4 heroes just stood there staring at the elf while the guy told her to wipe that sweet mess off her face. The recipe for that thick double cream was totally scratched out, with a new order saying, Fourier isn't allowed to have it anymore. A carriage zooms toward the massive and gorgeous Ramdori mansion at total lightning speed. Our heroes and the elves finally stepped out together, and just as Aquino explained the plan to save the gnome kingdom, a guy nearby mentioned that a gnome messenger had arrived looking for something special. Just then, the real Furio nearby spotted her and asked why she was hanging out with the heroes, so she told him she saw how awesome the Kino shop's skills were and joined their squad. She admitted she's known for being a total weirdo, but then she claimed that the power of whipped cream is actually insane. The Ram told them the gnome was totally wiped out when he arrived, so he's just crashing in the next room for now. The door swings open as 2 dark figures crawl toward the heroes, catching them totally off guard. The moment the dwarves stepped forward, Maud realized he totally knew these guys, and they were just as shocked to see him. One of the dwarves asks Maud what he's doing there, and if these are his friends, so Maud tells him it's a long story, but he's actually working at a Kino shop now as he introduces his new crew. The guy chatting with Mo says he's Gaston, a traveling blacksmith who's totally pumped, while the quiet dwarf with the curly hair is his bodyguard, Barian. Gaston told the crew he was stoked to meet them, but he was actually hunting for a merchant after their emotional trip to the Elf Kingdom, asking Baron if he knew a trader who could pull off any job. Maud jumped in to stop them, telling them to just keep going and skip the usual show. Maud asked why they were even trading, and if a war had started in the Dwarf Kingdom, but Gaston told him that something way scarier than a war was actually going down. He yelled that the massive pillar was about to snap, and Maud was totally shocked, asking him if he was just messing around. Gaston immediately swore it was all true, pointing out a massive crack in a giant pillar that's still splitting open today, but Aquino and the other heroes were totally lost on which pillar he was even talking about. Mott drops a total bombshell, explaining that the massive column is actually a giant pillar holding up their entire world. It turns out their whole country is hidden underground, with metal beams keeping the ceiling from crashing down, and our hero is so blown away that he starts replaying every memory to see if it's actually true. Maine jumped in to ask about the crack in the pillar, and Gaston explained he was there, because if that thing snaps, the entire ceiling is going to collapse right on top of them. Gaston explains that these massive pillars have held his country together for thousands of years, and even though nobody knows why they started cracking, fixing them is their top priority. The dwarf looked dead serious when he said that massive pillar was made of pure adamantium. So Gaston went looking for a merchant to strike a deal. Aquino checked in with Maud about the adamantium they just scored from that old mine, and Maud gave him the green light. Maud explains that his land used to be loaded with adamantium, which is why these pillars are made of the stuff. But since the mines are all dried up now, the dwarf is just standing there, totally lost in thought. Gaston demanded 100 massive carts packed with adamantium, and he made sure the drivers were fully trained to haul all that loot back to their country. Everyone there was completely blown away because nobody saw a number that huge coming. Varian jumps in and says if they take the deal, they'll get 400,000 gold coins, be treated like absolute heroes, and the king will give them exclusive trade deals forever. Gaston hung his head and closed his eyes, telling them they had to move right now or the entire gnome kingdom was basically history. Aquino rubbed his chin as he thought it over, since 400,000 gold coins was basically 4 billion yen, plus a direct link to the king, making... The guy asks Mood how far it is to the gnome kingdom, but Mood tells him that even though they look close on a map, the actual trip is deep underground and takes a crazy long time. He sat down and told the Baron that even though he was already working on some new carriage tech, he'd quit that job in a heartbeat to work with the dwarves instead. The Baron started waving his hands like crazy, yelling that the whole kingdom was in big trouble and he had to go help the dwarves right now. Right then, the Baron's secretary jumps in and says a massive rainstorm hit the deep south yesterday, and it totally wrecked all their crops. The elf told the Baron she really wants to help you and the gnomes, but she's got some serious business to handle in this country first. They definitely needed a high-speed wagon that could handle rough roots and liquids, plus a massive stash of food to keep them going. Gaston was totally floored by the news, and the secretary explained that even though the ram tried to stop her, she just had to spill the truth. The girls saw their drivers were all set, including the ones heading to the dwarves, and they had 100 massive carts, totally packed with food. The hero's eyes nearly popped out of his head at that insane number, and just as the secretary was about to pay him 300,000 gold coins, the Baron suddenly, he told them there was no way to get that many wagons ready so fast, especially since the dwarf situation was a massive threat that could wreck the whole kingdom. But he promised the country would find a different... Aquino flashed a grin and asked his squad what they thought, and the heroes just looked back at him with total pride. Sasha says 100 massive adamantium carts are no biggie for the gnomes, because these new carts carry just as much as the old ones. She explains that the elf soil issue is actually an underground mess, and since the dwarves live down there, that's probably where the secret to fixing the pollution is hiding, so they've got to get ready to go digging for answers. Maine wanted to feed the elves those healthy veggies from the Keynote store, and Furio decided to win them over with cream just to grow her fan base. Most didn't really care about the countries, but he'd definitely be grateful if Aquino saved him, while Gaston and Baron were just standing there, totally clueless. Aquino was getting restless, and while taking on 2 massive requests at once, is usually a total death sentence, he can actually pull it off now that the hero shared the secret cultivation skill with everyone. The hero looked at the shocked elves and dwarves and announced that his shop was taking both requests. Gaston had no clue how the guy just blurted out a hello like that, and Vova was looking pretty stunned too. Mo told everyone that if Aquino says he's got this, he's not joking, so they better just trust him. And right then, Baron and Gaston started screaming for Aquino to help them out. The heroes marched out of the palace feeling hyped and got straight to work, with Aquino telling Main and Furu to start beefing up those fields right away. Mudu ordered the elves to get a full tutorial on the carts because these new designs are way too confusing for anyone to figure out on their own. Sasha's new job is to upgrade the cart's tires using monster parts so they can survive the rough dwarf and elf roads. She's super hyped for the task and promises to. The guy yelled out to his squad with a huge grin, telling them it was finally time to get down to business. While everyone was grinding away, Main was out in the fields expanding the base, and Sasha was locked in the lab experimenting with all sorts of liquids and bottles. Mode showed the elves how to gear up with the carts, while Furyu used her magic to grow the crops and take over way more land. A little while later, a massive field opened up right in front of Kino, and Main shouted that the expansion was finally finished. The guy slammed a massive chunk of adamantium onto the ground, said it had to be buried, and started digging right then and there. He asked her to do that move she showed him in the mine, so she told him he'd have to feed her some cream later. She fires off a growth spell, and tons of adamantium suddenly sprouts up to cover the entire landscape. He hyped her up for being so fast, and told the adamantium rankers to keep pushing, promising to send in way more food and extra carts to keep the momentum going. The moon was already high in the sky when Aquino walked inside and found Muda sitting at the table, totally busy with something. Maud spoke his mind, saying he could definitely handle that adamantium to craft a sick weapon for the young lady, and he's totally ready for whatever chaos happens next. He realized Moayad just couldn't chill without staying busy, so our hero decided it was time to step up and give it his all too. 5 days later, the heroes meet back up at the Baron's palace, where the gnomes and the Baron's crew are all staring at a totally epic view. There were 100 carts full of adamantium lining the street, and right across from them were another 100 carts packed with supplies for the elves. The 4 of them were totally blown away because there was no way they could gather that much stuff in just 5 measly days. Aquino explains that this flat carriage is a special upgrade that's way faster than the normal ones, and they're even going to teach the elves how to build them later, while Gaston and the Baron promised that all these supplies and adamantium were enough to save everyone. Then they stood tall and told the heroes it was time to get paid. They hopped into the carts and told everyone they had to get moving right this second. The carts took off right away, and even though Aquino wondered what was going down in the gnome land, he knew they'd be totally fine no matter what. They marched straight into the gnomes' land with zero fear. A bit later, Shoji and his squad finally show up at this massive spot. He was totally shocked and realized this was the entrance to the gnomes' underground kingdom, where a massive line of horse carts was streaming through. Main pointed at the massive slanted gate, but Mode just smirked and told him it was actually a secret entrance to the underground. Shoji realized this place looked just like where they fought those massive ants in the Elflands, and after checking his mental map, he knew he was right on top of it. Suddenly, a weird gap opened up at the end of the stone tunnel, and a ton of carts were rolling straight into it. Shoshu realized they were definitely heading deep underground, so he asked Mood why the dwarves even lived down there when they'd probably be just fine living on the surface. Muda explains they actually used to live on the surface, but after a major incident, they moved underground and hit the jackpot with a massive ore vein that was perfect for their blacksmithing work. They dug all the way down to the vein and found a massive cave where the Dwarf King built their very first city, and Shoji thought the whole legend was totally epic. Suddenly, the driver turns to Muda and asks if they're really just getting started. So Muda just smirks and asks if he hadn't figured that out already. Shoji was totally shocked that the tunnel was glowing without any torches, so Muda explained it was just glow moss leading to the underground kingdom, and asked if he could see okay. Judgy figured it was just some glowing paint on the ground and thought it was pretty handy for a fantasy world, but Main suddenly cut him off and pointed something out for Shoji to see. They spotted these massive glowing pillars covered in epic paintings, and both Shoji and Main were totally blown away by how incredible they looked. Sasha points out that these huge pillars are actually made of mithril. She's totally blown away by how cool the carvings on them look. Main agrees and says the color of the metal. Muda says these pillars are basically a massive hello to the whole country. They put in a ton of effort so nobody would dare look down on them. Looking at the work, he noticed the walls were super smooth and covered in paintings, which Muda said showed the legend of how the Dwarf Kingdom began. So Shoji asked him to tell the whole story. The driver said they headed underground back in the day when the whole world was a total wild and dangerous mess. Back then, the world was a total nightmare crawling with monsters. So one group built massive walls to hide, another tribe vanished into the woods, and another race escaped deep underground. Muta explains that his dwarf ancestors were forced to hide deep underground, and Main adds that life back then was a total nightmare for them. Muta nods and tells everyone to check out the painting on the wall, leaving the whole group completely speechless. He explained that this was exactly how his ancestors kept the whole country safe. They even built the underground gates at a weird angle on purpose, so monsters couldn't just bust them open. Sasha. Shogi says people always add fake stuff to old legends, and he's starting to wonder if any of it actually happened. Moda says nobody has a clue. This story happened way back in the day, like generations ago. It wouldn't really be a legend if people actually remembered it, though. Sasha says the research shows that signs of tons of ancient monsters are being found all over the world. The experts say it was a massive dungeon breakout, and Shoji realized that if this happened everywhere, the whole world would be in the exact same mess. The other dwarves say their ancestors had to run and hide deep underground. This tunnel is basically a massive tribute to those guys who risked their lives so their families could have a better future. Shoji realized that every time they fixed a broken part, they added high-tech upgrades, and that's how this insane tunnel was born. Muta finally tells them they're almost at the kingdom, and he's got a huge smirk on his face as a massive white light suddenly flashes in front of them. As they stepped out of the tunnel, Muta realized they were back in their home country, and everyone's jaws totally dropped. Main almost fell right out of the carriage when she saw the view, totally shocked that this underground world was so massive and super bright. Shoji was totally blown away by the dwarf country until Muda suddenly pointed out a weird machine in the distance. He said it was this massive, unbreakable pillar that basically held the whole kingdom together. Out of nowhere, Shoji spots a huge crack splitting right through that massive pillar. Shoji asks if the adamantite can fix it, so Muda explains they're gonna melt it down and pour it into the cracks to reinforce the whole thing. Shoji wonders if this messy plan is actually safe, but Muta says he's only giving the basics because the real method is a top secret, and Shoji totally gets it. The Baron announced they found a spot for the supplies, and his men would handle the unloading, but Shoji's group was ordered to stay put. Shuji thought about it for a second and called it a total masterpiece, while Main agreed that the place they found was just straight-up legendary. Suddenly, one of the dwarves apologizes for the early wake-up call and says their big boss wants to see him, leaving Shoji questioning everything in his head again. A little later, the king named Shoji's crew the Brave Merchants and thanked them for coming to save his country. He introduces himself as Mirodo Uguelas Diaz, and when Shoji looks at Mura, he finds out this guy is actually the king, which confirms Shoji's hunch but leaves him wondering why royalty would even be hanging out here. Shoji bows and introduces himself as a traveling merchant named Akina, but the man tells him to drop the formal act since the boys had already helped him out so much. He stared at the massive crates of ore and was totally blown away that the kid managed to get so much adamantite so fast. Shoji figured the stash he brought would finally be enough to fix the country's mess, and the guy actually let him pass. He told them Aiken's shop did such a great job that he even wrote a thank you note to go with all the money. Speaking for Miro Yugels Deus, he drops the big news that Akina Shoji is officially the new underground gate chief. Shogi asked Muda what being the underground gate chief actually meant, and when Muda explained it's the same as being a human count, Shogi realized he'd just become a total big. The dwarf explains that the king is actually the best builder in the whole country, and he even spotted a weak point in this massive cave and built 2 new pillars basically by himself. So Main thought it was totally awesome, and Sasha grinned, reminding him that he's officially a noble now. This means every girl in town is going to be chasing after him, but the elf, Shoji, was convinced he was a noble and figured that title would get him even more perks. But then it suddenly clicked. Shuji thanked the king for the awesome offer, but turned it down flat, leaving the king totally stunned. Shoji said having a big title would totally cramp his style, but Muda told him to just knock it off. Suddenly, the king just starts cracking up and admits it's true, saying he's actually wanted to quit his throne for ages just so he could spend all his time being a blacksmith. He nods and says he totally gets it. Instead of making the kid an official, he decides to come up with a different plan. Shoji thanks him, feeling pretty relieved. Honestly, he thinks Main says Shoji totally lost. Sasha agrees, and the elf adds that if he's giving up any title, it's the king's. But Muta just says he doesn't. Shuji figured the job was finally over since everything went smooth, and since the king hooked them up with a place to crash, they could finally take a breather. They've even got some super tasty food made from root veggies. The other gnomes were dying to hear all about the outside world from the boys. The girls were totally hyped and kept asking if they head out, but as he turns around, he spots a massive pillar with a giant crack, and suddenly something starts oozing right out of it. Bright and early the next morning, the dwarfs thanked him for the hilarious story and begged him to visit their shop again. Muta said the elf driver already bailed, so they were heading back, but Shoji asked if he was actually going to stay behind. Muta said they delivered the adamantite and their job was done, but right then the king suddenly called for Shoji. Shoji demands to know what happened, but while the king is totally speechless, Shoji cuts him off and asks if that's actually some creepy liquid leaking from a crack in the massive pillar. The king agreed and said he'd talk to the guy later, but for now, he just had to sit back and watch. They eventually stumble onto a hut with some weird liquid inside, where the dwarf explains that the morning guards found the stinky gunk leaking out of a crack in a massive floor pillar. Sasha was totally stunned and asked if it was on the floor or the ceiling, but the king told her the barn roof was literally melting and dripping down. Shuji caught a weird smell as the liquid started melting everything, and he realized he was looking at straight-up acid. The girls stared at the liquid, and Sasha realized it was the same stuff they found in that mine back in the land of the elves. She realized that this creepy pollution wasn't just buried in ancient rocks and elf mines, because the dwarf country was actually dealing with the same exact liquid. Sasha leaned in and whispered that she was super down to go explore this a bit more. Shogi apologized and gave the green light to study these two, since they're basically the smartest human and elf scientists around. The king was totally down and let them use his research department to figure things out, so Shoji gave him a huge thanks. The kings finally explained why they were stalling, saying they might need more adamantite for future repairs, and Shoji was totally caught off guard. The guy says this crack only showed up a week ago, appearing right after a massive bang shook the whole place in the middle of the night. Some think those recent mini-quakes are to blame, but they won't know for sure until they chop down that massive pillar to get a better look. But this morning, they finally figured it out. If that stuff is leaking, there's gotta be a tiny hole in it. Main asks G if everything's all right, and since it's just a tiny hole, the whole thing is still super tough. If they run out of adamantite when things go south, they're totally cooked. But Shoji notices the cracks and that weird liquid from the elf mine and starts wondering if something is hidden. Out of nowhere, a massive sound echoed across the dwarf kingdom, catching everyone off guard as Shoji asked what was happening, and Main told him the ground was shaking. The ground suddenly went dead quiet, which was super weird since it stopped so fast, and Shoji mentioned these quakes had only just started popping up. Muta said these quakes were brand new, and the king agreed, adding that everyone thinks the tremors are what caused that massive crack. The king told the guys to chill, because a little shaking wouldn't wreck the Great Pillar, since they've guarded their legendary crystal for ages. But Shoji's mind was totally stuck. Shuji suggests heading to the research hotel, but she wants to check on Sasha and Furu first, and the king totally agrees that's the best move. A bit later, the gang meets up with Sasha and Furio, and while Shoji checks if the girls are all right, Sasha tells the boy he's got to hear what they... Sasha points out that this liquid dripping from the pillar is basically the same stuff they found back in the elven mine. They look almost identical, but there's a huge catch. The liquid from the high column is way more acidic than the stuff from the shaft. The elf says the gunk poisoning their land is almost the same as the other two, but it's just different enough that all three are similar without being exactly the same. Shoji realized they'd just stumbled onto a major clue about the elven soil mystery, so they decided to leave those two alone for now. And when Muta headed off to explore the city, Shoji tagged right along. Shuji asks where they're headed, but Muta just gives a vague answer, and after a bit of walking, they finally find the dwarves who are super stoked to see them. Muta laughed and told Shoji he'd made tons of friends in the city, and Shoji mentioned how everyone got super hyped when he told them all about his land business yesterday. Shoji explains that everyone here is a master creator, and Muta adds that their whole job is to keep fixing up the city their ancestors left behind, which gets the young dwarf so hyped, he promises he's going to become one of those legendary craftsmen too. Muta turns to Shoji and tells him they gotta keep moving. After walking for a bit, they finally reach the spot. Shoji asks if this is really the place, and Muta reveals that he admits it's all true, saying the art in these lands is stunning, then points at the guy and says he's going to be a legendary craftsman one day. Every single builder in this land is obsessed with their history, living just to fix and save these ancient treasures because they're absolute masters of their craft. Back then, he decided he needed a fresh start, so he cleared out his house and straight up ditched the country to find something new. He came all this way just to see the king, and a kingdom that never changes. He couldn't help but think about how different he was from the other dwarf craftsmen. All those other smiths had This means he's got no right to protect his country anymore and is totally lost on how it happened. So Shoji tells Maud that he actually prepped for this trip and a whole lot more. Muda admitted they would have been totally stuck without Shoji's power to grow adamantite, so he thanked him for literally saving the entire country. Muta spun around and told everyone it was time to head back to the inn. It was going to take a while to check on the girls. Plus, after hearing the king's story, the city went pitch black in the middle of the night. Shoji figured that's just how the world works when the sun goes down. It was the same story yesterday, so he wasn't. The dwarves are still dead set on guarding those legendary old-school secrets, and even though Modes said he was going his own way, he's still a master craftsman at the end of the day. He's got every right to fight for his home like anyone else, but Muda is totally stuck in the past and is easily the most stubborn craftsman in the country. Out of nowhere, the ground starts shaking again, and Shoji bolts out of the room, yelling that this one is way bigger than before. Mutad was totally lost and bolted into the street, praying the column was still in one piece. They started sprinting toward the column, but suddenly they just froze up, totally terrified. This massive ant monster literally explodes right out of the pillar. Shuji stared at the beast, thinking it looked like a total monster ant. It was way bigger than those giant ants they dealt with in the mine. This thing even made the Architroll from Muda recognize the beast and freaked out because it was an iron eater, while Shuji just asked what that even meant. Suddenly, a storm of arrows slammed into the giant ant, but it didn't even flinch. Muta explains that these guys are actually the kingdom's elite warriors. Shuji realizes the arrows aren't even making a dent in the ant's thick shell. Muta warns him that Muta said the thing had a rock-hard white body and was definitely an iron eater, making Shoji ask if this monster was really that dangerous. Muda explains it's a legendary beast that wrecks mines and eats metal, leaving Shoji totally blown away. Shuji realized that while normal ants munch on wood, these otherworldly ones actually devour metal. Since basically every tool is made of metal, that's a huge problem. If this monster starts snacking on, Muta says these iron eaters are found all over the world and used to be seen as harmless, but everyone finally realized the danger once they started devouring entire mines and precious ore. Word got out that the whole world saw him as a villain, and he was finally taken down after one crazy fight. Nobody knows exactly when this war happened or what went down, but they were totally. Choji realized the monsters they thought were dead were still standing, and now they were in a total mess. The Twerven warriors kept hacking at the monster, hiding in the pillar's cracks, and they were totally caught off guard. Shogi thought the monster finally left, but then the ground started shaking again, and he knew it was coming back for round 2. Out of nowhere, a massive pile of rubble came crashing down, but Main and Sasha quickly used their powers to shield themselves. Shredji wonders why they haven't all just escaped to the surface. That iron eater is literally devouring a massive pillar from the inside out. If it keeps this up, the gnomes were screaming that they had to fix everything before he crawled out of that crack again. But then Muda spotted a tiny gnome trying to save his house and just froze in pure terror. Shuji says fixing the country is the top priority, but Muta reminds him that for these guys, their pride as builders is worth way more than their own lives. Suddenly, massive chunks of rock smashed down right where the little gnome was building his home. Muda totally panicked at first, but then he gritted his teeth and got serious. Right then, out of nowhere, Muda snatched a massive boulder to shield the little dwarf, and while Shoji was totally freaking out, Muda's hands started shaking like crazy. Muta let out a roar as he heaved the stone up, and right then, Shoji screamed for Main. She snatched up a rock and hurled it right at the one Muda was holding. The stones slammed into each other and went flying, so Shoji called for Sasha, who agreed and reached out her hands, saying they had to suck up to this country if they wanted to keep using the lab. She spammed a ton of magic seals to keep Muda and the little dwarf safe. Shoji screams out for Furia, who's actually stoked, and asks for extra whipped cream on her snack as she catches the falling rubble and holds it right over her head. Muta hit up the boys and was totally floored when Shogi told him that even though they liked overtime, they didn't actually want to do it. Sometimes he thinks they can totally pull it off if the workers are down for it. Muda was totally caught off guard, but Shoji was already planning to use his partner, the Iron Eater, to wreck Muda's country, and he knew there was no turning back now. Shoji told him to beat it because he was about to get some insane overtime service from Akin's shop. Shoji announced they were backing up their dwarf country allies, and after he promised some serious overtime cash, Main was totally on board. Shoji wanted to see what was happening first, but the locals refused to run away because they were determined to stay and protect their city. The massive pillar holding up the whole kingdom is literally about to snap. That monster could jump out of it and attack again at any second. Tons of warriors got totally wrecked trying to save their home. Even Shoji knew things were looking rough and said they had to take care of the injured guys first. Shuji checks in to see if Sasha's used her healing potions. She holds up a jar to show she's already on it, and then he suggests using wood chips to build a... Then the elf named Furia used her growth acceleration skill and a ton of potions suddenly appeared. Shoji thought that was awesome and promised to tell the warriors, but now they had to figure out how to move those stubborn villagers. Main warned that fighting would be way too dangerous with people still. Shogi looked over at the guy while Muta asked Sasha if she could use her magic to broadcast her voice to the whole country, and she was totally down for it. She sparked her magic, and as Muta started shouting for everyone's attention, the whole crowd froze in shock because they were sure he'd already ditched the country. Muta turned to the crowd and told everyone they needed to get out of there right now. Since this came out of nowhere, nobody actually believed a word he said. He had ditched this even after he returned. They kept right on protecting their work and loving what they built because he knows they all share the same roots. He finally gets why the dwarves won't just run away, but he's sure the ones who actually care about their home can handle whatever hits them next. Muda snaps and tells them he doesn't know how to explain it, but they need to get moving fast, leaving Shogi and Main totally stunned by the sudden outburst. Suddenly, the king pops up and tells Mood he's taking over the mic. He reveals he's the actual king of the Murdo dwarves. He tells everyone that from now, Muto was seriously moved that the king was down with his plan. Murdo told him that even if their old ways get totally wiped out, it doesn't matter. Because as long as the king shouted for everyone to get out of there immediately, telling them to group up if they could, or just run for their lives alone, with the only goal being to reach the surface as every Shoji shows the soldiers a box full of potions, and the dwarves are hyped because they're all super high quality. They thank Shoji and tell him that with these heals, they can keep these. The king gives the shop a shout-out and says the Iron Eater is the last one left, but suddenly a massive crash rings out. The Gnome King freezes up and warns everyone that the monster is finally showing its face. Then a massive ant suddenly pops up right next to the Great Column. But the king shouts that they're totally gonna take it down. Everyone lost it when the ant popped up away from that tall column, proving it could tunnel anywhere it wanted. The king drops a bombshell that the monster has tunneled under the entire country, not just the pillar, and a terrified Shoji wonders if they're trying to turn the whole land into those earthquakes were actually just him moving around underground, and the king warned that he'd slip right through the gaps because arrows are totally useless against him. The king was totally stuck on how to attack, and Shoji realized that using huge magic or a managinade might wreck the whole country. Plus, they didn't even bring a manage. They needed a perfect, precise hit to stop the monster's rampage, so the king told the captain to roll out their massive new secret structure. Out of nowhere, this massive ballista rolls onto the scene. Shoji's losing it because the bow is freaking huge. The king says it's the strongest weapon they've ever mastered. Shoji figured out he didn't need to blow everything up and could just use a super precise hit to keep the damage low. The king warns that if this fails, his whole kingdom is toast. The knight captain swears they're going to take the guy down for sure. Every master blacksmith worked together to build this insane mechanical bow. The captain roared that his army was the absolute strongest and then screamed for everyone to open fire. Huge arrows slammed straight into the giant ant's body, and the king was hyped that his plan actually worked. These iron eaters literally can't feel pain. It takes a massive amount of hits to finally break them down. Shoji was totally blown away that these ants didn't feel Suddenly, the ant blasts out a massive wave of fluid, and the guy realizes it's the exact same gross liquid he saw dripping from the pillar earlier. This liquid let the ant melt right through the ground. Once the dirt turned into mush, it started digging like crazy. Just like that, the ant headed back deep underground. The king warned that if he got away, he'd just come back and wreck the whole kingdom whenever he felt like it. This was their absolute last shot to stop him. He ordered them to fire. Roped arrows started slamming into the ants' bodies, and the king shouted that it was perfect, telling them to fire and pull back all at once, while Shoji stood there, totally shocked by the stone. The warriors started dropping down toward the ant, but Shoji knew they were being totally reckless. Out of nowhere, an ant pops up right on their ledge and pulls back a mechanical bow. He says they've still got a few stakes left, but since the mechanical bow is totally trashed, they have absolutely nothing left to stop this monster. This thing is phasing straight through the ground, and you can't even touch it, so pretty soon the whole country is going to be full of holes, but he doesn't even blink, because he can't. They're so close, but should they really gather every mage and fire off a massive spell that'll wreck everything? It would end up destroying the whole country, and they don't even have enough mages to take him down anyway. The king was in total shock that he actually had to go through with this. The elf says her spirit magic could stop it, but the blast would level the entire city, and Sasha admits that even with all her gear, she's totally out of options too. Shoji figured that precise stake attacks were the best way to fight, but right then, Main told him it was finally her turn. She couldn't have beaten him solo, but since the dwarves already wore him out, she's totally ready to finish the job. Shaji bragged that he was untouchable, but Main pointed at the wooden stakes and proved him wrong, making Shaji realize this guy's skills were straight-up superhuman. Shoji thought it over and gave Mayan the green light, so Mayan cut Muta off right then to say he had a specific outfit he wanted the girl to wear. Once she's finally suited up, he reveals he's been crafting this epic adamantine armor for her since way before he even arrived in this country. He explained that this armor makes you super tanky and uses carriage springs to help you move, which Main loved, while Shoji realized it was basically a real-life power suit. The elf explains that this tough shell actually makes moving around way easier, so Muda and Main just share a battle click and start grinning. Shoji hit up Sasha to see if she had any poison for the Iron Eater, and she told him she could mix a pest control potion with some special sap neutralizer from the elf country. She suggested a poison to wreck them, and stopped them from digging into the dirt, Shoji thought it was a solid plan, and Main was hyped that Sasha finished it so fast. Shogi walked up to Furyu and told her they'd help with the farming. Then he told Muda to put poison on the steak and go help Main out. Shuji shouts that the mission is finally starting, but he knows he has to keep their secret cultivation hidden from the king and everyone else. Mood tells the king they're just going to check. Inside the new shutters, Shoji explains the plan. Bury the stakes they grabbed and then use that cultivation skill. This is where your growth hits overdrive and you finally reach your peak. Shoji's got a huge grin on his face as he tells them everything is finally ready to go. That massive monster finally showed its face. Muda told Shogi that he'd already rubbed deadly poison all over the spears. Shogi called out to Muda and gave Main the green light to start. He chucks the spear right into the ant's body and then starts launching every single spear he's got. The dwarf commander was totally shocked, saying they should only have a few stakes left, but the king told him that was straight up impossible. He also said this girl slams stakes into people harder than a freaking crossbow. Everyone was totally shocked by her insane strength. Main mentioned that this armor makes moving around a total breeze. Now the monster starts spitting out liquid, and Shoji's sure it's about to dive back underground. The king was totally shocked when the ground didn't just melt away. Shoji figured that Sasha's poison was finally kicking in. Even the monster was starting to slow down and lose its edge. Everyone locked in for their big opening as Main grabbed the spear, screamed that she wasn't backing down, and chucked it right at the monster. The king and the knight captain were totally on edge, screaming at everyone to get moving and do something. Main got ready to chuck the last spear, screaming at the top of her lungs as she used her power to send it flying. The spear slammed straight through the monster's head, taking him out for good. The monster finally lost all its strength and took its very last breath. Everyone breathed a massive sigh of relief now that the Iron Eater was finally quiet. The king claimed they'd already taken him down. These Iron Eaters were supposed to be totally extinct, so nobody knew how this one was still alive. Sasha noticed some weird slime dripping from. Shoji hears a sudden noise right as a massive pillar snaps and starts crashing down, leaving everyone in total shock.